Alrighty. Let me just go ahead and post this everywhere. Let all of my adoring fans know that I am live. Tweet. Edit. Okay. Think we should be good to go. So today's goal is pretty simple. I've got this Ashida case right here. I got it printed from PCBWay, it's transparent, and then I had it dyed blue, and it looks very pretty. So I've never built an Ashida start to finish before, so I'm hopeful to be able to do it all in one day. I've helped on an Ashida build before. At MGC last year, there was a group Ashida build where Shank mooched off of all of us and used us for labor. So I got to do a little bit of one there. And hopefully I'll do the rest of one today. But yeah, so the case has a little bit of a flex to it, which I'm gonna need to, I don't think it's gonna be a huge issue. But I will need to get that fixed so that it will screw close properly. I'm hopeful that if I just kind of pound the screws in, it should close it up all the way, but we will deal with that later. So to start, the Ashida just has some PCBs that I need to assemble. Hey MP3. And I think I have all of them. I bought them like a year ago, and they all kind of got scattered around, but I dug around this morning and I think I found all of them. So hopefully I'm not missing any. But these should all be pretty easy to assemble. I think the toughest part is probably just the flex connector, which is optional even, but we will go ahead and do it. That's all of them? Alright, that's good. I went through the BOM this morning, and I think I also found everything I need. Oh, but there's every chance that I'm still missing something. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and start by assembling these, and then I think we'll put the front half together. This one has the most random parts, so we'll start with this one. Hey there, Contra. Oh, that was the wrong board. Oh. The baggie says UAMP, but this is definitely a GC+. Okay, this one's actually a UAMP. Hey there, Bepoi? I don't know how to pronounce that. But welcome in. Alright, so these boards are pretty cool. They're just simple mounting boards, so that way you could just mount everything really cleanly and have easy connections to everything. So the way these boards are designed, oh, I should zoom in a bit. For you, call me Bowser. Alright, I'll try to remember that. So these boards have gold pads on the top and bottom, and so if you just kind of lump some solder in on all of these, you'll get a nice connection to the other part. Which is nice, because it means that you have to run a lot less wires. I've designed something similar for like the Louis. My fake GameCube portable used these. They're really nice. Hey there, Tiz Charm, I think. You guys are throwing me curveballs today. Sorry if I got your name wrong, but welcome in. I'm a little bit worried. Yesterday I was doing some soldering, and my iron was acting a little bit weird. It seems like the heater element in it might be going out a bit, because sometimes when I'm trying to solder something, it'll be way too hot or it'll be way too cold. and it doesn't seem to be very good at lining up the temperature I want it to. So hopefully it works better today, but if not, then, well, I'll probably make lots of frustrated noises. Hey there, Befuddled Wiz. How's it going? Time for a JBC? Maybe. I think there are clones of those. I saw one on Amazon a while ago, and I think I bookmarked it, but I don't know what the quality of the clones is compared to the normal ones. But, Yvettle Griffin yesterday, he recommended just replacing the... There's something in here, and he linked a part, so I need to order that and just try swapping it out. I guess that's how he replaced a bunch of, old irons at his school. But my Hakko is also, like, 5 years old. I've been running the same tip on it this whole time. It has served me well. But there's also never been a moment where I was like, you know what, if I had a better soldering iron, I could definitely solder this. But who knows, maybe I'd feel that way if I was equipped with a better iron. Hey there, Half-Light. How's it going? Call me stupid, but what are you doing? So, overall, I'm putting together this portable Wii. So this is the Ashida. It's basically if you took a GameCube controller and then just slapped a screen in the middle of it. So this was made by Wesk. And so what he did was he took a really nice scanner and he took a GameCube controller, scanned it in, and then used a bunch of like different 3D modeling programs and turned it into a nice case. So I've never built one of these before. Okay, we've already got spam bots in the chat. Guess I'm just that popular. So I've never built one before. So I want to put one together, and then on a second YouTube channel, I've just got like a bunch of different... Wait, are you not a bot? Don't post spam in the chat. But yes, so I'm really happy with this case color. I tried to make some fun buttons for it. The buttons are the wrong color, unfortunately. I'll show those off later. But I tried to make some really fun resin stuff for them. And I did come out with some really nice buttons, but they're the wrong color. They're more of a, like, ice blue. And technically I could still use them in this build, but I think we'll just use OEM buttons for now. But I am looking to invest in a nice set of resin casting tools. And so once I do that, I think I'll have an easier time matching colors, and I'll be able to make sticks, which I would love to be able to make GameCube controller sticks, just so I can do everything on a GameCube controller. Alright, I think that's the U-amp all soldered in. Yep, that should be fine. Okay, and then we've got 2 tack switches, potentiometer, oh, a headphone jack. I might need to go dig one up. I forgot to grab those. I wonder what the ratio of resin to FDM Ashidas is. You're right. It's probably closer than any other, because I think the Ashida came out right as we found the PCBWay stuff. I guess, is SLS printing, does that count as resin? I don't know if it does, but if the JLC cases count as resin, then I think resin is definitely, oh nah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this build uses, actually we might want to put this one in last. This build uses a slide on and off switch. SLS is powder? Oh, yep, that makes sense. That's its own thing. Where? Oh, right here. I don't think that guy was a bot. I think he just posted something that very much looked like what a bot would post. Or maybe they just made the bot smart enough to interact with streams in a real way. Okay. I don't know what these two tack switches are for, honestly. I think one of them is meant for like Bluetooth sync. And the other one... Oh, it's the start button. Since the start button is usually in the middle of a GameCube controller. But the middle of this controller is a screen, so you can't put it in the same spot. Yeah, the MSN Smiley's message just, it looked like a bot came into the stream and posted something. Since it wasn't really related to anything. Start and Bluetooth sync? Okay, that makes sense. I'm not doing Bluetooth on this build, since this is the most GameCube-y portable we have ever built, so... Can't really see myself pointing a Wii remote at the screen. Although I did recently get a wireless sensor bar just to like have, and it has been super convenient just for like testing Wiis and stuff. It's like one less thing I need to like hook up to a Wii. I just smack the button on it and then I've got a sensor bar. Nice background music. Well, I got a lot of background music, so we'll see if it cycles to something you don't like. When do you do a stress test? I don't know if I really stress test my builds, since if I really wanted to stress them, I could definitely break them. But I'll usually do like a battery life test, and sometimes I'll just record that test and then post it to YouTube. Also, I've streamed them in the past, but they're a pretty boring stream to watch. I don't know how to turn playing games on a portable thing into entertaining content, so I usually don't stream those anymore. But the YouTube channel where I post all my VODs, I might post some gameplay footage there. Okay, I should have put the potentiometer on before the tack switches, because it's a little bit tricky to solder this guy down. But I might be able to cheat a bit. There we go. Yeah, the battery test. I'll probably upload a battery test to the Ginger VODs channel. I'm trying to think. So this portable uses 2 of these batteries. And so these batteries are a little bit bigger than 18650s. They're 21700s, I think. And so I think I should get 3-ish hours of battery life out of the build. So nothing crazy, but that should be fine. And besides, there's not really a whole lot of room for more batteries in this build, even though it is very big. But a lot of that space is just like GameCube handles. Alright. I think I did 3 hour 20 minutes once. That sounds about right. I've never used 21700s in a build before. So it'll be a new one for me. Although they really aren't any different from 18650s. Just bigger. Okay. I think after this we just need a headphone jack. Yep. Alright, let me go run and grab a headphone jack. It'll take like 10 seconds. Okay. I got my big box of parts. Where are... Here we go. Alright. Okay, I think the correct order to put all of this together would be to go UAmp, potentiometer, no. I'd probably do UAmp, headphone jack, potentiometer, and then the switches last. I think that'd probably be the easiest way, although if you do it out of order, it's really not too bad. Okay, so this is one board down. It's just a bunch of random peripherals. Put that off to the side for now. And then we'll move on to this controller board. So this one is like the ABXY board, and then it's got stuff. I don't know what that is. Oh, speaker. That's what that is. So it's got a slot for the speakers, and then on the back, this is your potentiometer for the left and right triggers, GC plus spot, and then Z button, I think. Yeah. Okay, I've got a GC plus. What order do I want to do things in? I don't think it matters too much. Oh, actually, I want to do... So this one uses some ribbon cable connectors. I don't know if I'm being delusional or not, but did you get a Steam Deck? I did get a Steam Deck. Mine came in a month-ish ago. I've really enjoyed it. I've used it more than I thought I would. I got one because I kind of wanted to like compare how good it is for like GameCube and Wii games. But I've been playing a lot of like my lightweight like Steam library on it. And then I installed like all the emulators in the world. And then just slapped a 1 terabyte SD card in there. And it's pretty good as an emulation device. I don't think I would... If it had existed like 5 years ago, I probably would have never gotten into building portable Wiis. Because it's good enough that, well, it's good enough for me, I would say. I'm not too picky about, like, emulation and stuff. But the Steam Deck is definitely a good enough experience on GameCube and Wii games compared to, like, the Android phones I was trying to use back in, like, 2016. Now that I've, like, had portable Wiis for a while, though, I could definitely tell the difference between, like, emulation on the Steam Deck and, like, just playing games on a portable Wii. And the portable Wii experience is definitely better for the most part, except for, like, games that require weird controls and such. Because on the Steam Deck, you don't have to, like, mess with much. You just, like, click on the, like, controller profiles button and then just download one that somebody else has already made. And then whatever weird Wii game you're trying to play will usually work pretty well. But there are definitely stutters and, like, graphical glitches on the Steam Deck that you don't get on a portable Wii. But I don't think the difference is so huge that, most people would care all too much. Like, it's probably not worth learning how to build a portable Wii for the best, like, or for portable GameCube and Wii games, unless you're really particular about your experiences with it, or if you just want to build stuff. Because portables are great for that. Alright, I'm not doing a very good job of soldering this connector. Pins are like, have enough separation between them that you don't really need to drag solder. You just kind of go pin by pin and solder each pin on. I think that should be good enough. Been playing mine for a couple weeks. Highly demanding games like Ace Attorney and SNES emulation. Yeah. I've been really impressed at how well Switch emulation works on it. I installed some Switch games on there and got Yuzu set up. And some of them definitely, like, chug a bit. But, like, Pikmin 3 Deluxe runs almost flawlessly. Like, I can't really tell a difference between that and, like, an official Switch. Breath of the Wild definitely chugged on that. Although I was trying to play it through Cemu, so I guess that'd be a Wii U game. But yeah, it's pretty impressive how well it does that. I think if I was going to bring only one device with me on like trips or something, it would definitely be the Steam Deck. But my carry-on bag is big enough, and I could bring a Steam Deck and a Switch and a portable Wii. Have the best of all worlds. Yeah, I haven't tried Mario Kart 8 at all, but I'm not surprised that it runs well. I think Mario Odyssey started to chug in like the desert world. Like it struggled a bit there, which makes sense. I think the desert world is like the biggest one. But yeah, ran pretty well. I'm trying to think. I tried a couple other Switch games. Oh, Cuphead, the Switch version, runs really well on the Steam Deck, although it's available through Steam, so that's probably just the better way to play it. But yeah, Steam Deck was a good investment. I'll be curious to see like what Valve does with it in the future. If they make like a Steam Deck 2, or if this is just one of their weird one-off experiments, but it seems to be a pretty successful experiment, so I hope they do more with it in the future. Let's see. So this board I'm soldering right now is called a GC Plus 2.0. It's what acts as like the brain for the controller of the system. So it basically just emulates a GameCube controller, and it's got some nice features like the ability to use whatever sticks you want, use whatever buttons you want. It's just a very convenient drop-in replacement for like an official GameCube controller. So I just need to solder all these little pins down. And then I won't have to solder very many buttons, because this portable uses the actual like pads from a GameCube controller, the conductive ones, which makes things nice and easy. It would be nice, a remastered version of the Game Boy or a portable NES. I mean, Nintendo kinda did that. Well, very loosely, kind of. When they did like the Game & Watch, like little toy things that they released. Because those could play Mario Bros. And they could play, if you modded them, they could play other games too. But, I think that's the closest they've come into like a NES. Well, no, they did the NES Classic. Was that your cat? Oh, did she? Yes, that was probably my cat. I got a cat recently, and my camera is placed like right next to her little cat tower. And it looks like she just went to the window. So, hey life, how's it going? I'm not using your sticks in today's Ashida build. But, so this Ashida build, I've got a buyer lined up. They really wanted one. They wanted one in this color. And I've sold them portables before. So, this one's being built for them. But, I've got another Ashida in the future that I'm going to build for myself. Because I would really like one of these. Nice, kind of funny sometimes. She is a very funny cat. Okay. We're gonna need to harvest a bunch of parts off of a classic controller soon, but I think all the advancements to SteamOS are gonna be a game changer. SteamOS is really nice. I like that it's Linux that I don't have to deal with unless I want to. Because I'm not really a big Linux enjoyer. I've used Windows my whole life. Windows just works. Everything works in Windows. But I do like that I can go into Linux on the Steam Deck if I need to set stuff up. It's that nice balance of clean and doesn't really break all too often, but if I want to go in and break stuff, I still can. And that's really nice. Okay. About to head out to the workshop and get some work done? Alright, good luck, man. Hope things go smoothly for you. I like Linux more, but I respect your opinion. Like, I don't hate on Linux. It's just, I've had to use Linux for like some engineering classes, like a couple. Sometimes I have to like run some like programs that only work in Linux. And it's always just a mild headache. It's not awful, but it's not for me. Although I'd probably still choose Linux over Mac OS. I think my gripes with them are pretty similar. But Linux is a little bit more flexible than Mac OS is. I would use Linux, but I need Adobe. Yeah, that'll do it. I didn't know Adobe didn't have Linux builds, but I'm not really surprised with how lazy they are. Okay. So those are all the parts I have on hand for the controller bits. So now we're going to bring in our friend, the classic controller. So the classic controller is really interesting. I didn't know this until recently, but it has a lot of the parts we need for the Ashida. So these two little slider things right here are the trigger sliders that the GameCube controller uses. These sticks right here are GameCube controller sticks. And then these Z buttons up here are the same Z buttons that are in GameCube controllers. So this has like all of the random buttons we need for a GameCube controller. And I would much rather destroy one of these than a GameCube controller that's in good shape. Because there's a million classic controllers out there. And I don't think the classic controller is a very good controller overall. So I feel no shame about destroying one of these. And they're also more likely to be in good shape than a GameCube controller a lot of the time. I think this guy cost me like 15 bucks or something off of eBay. And it's in pretty good condition. The sticks are a little bit yellowed, but I don't really care about that, since I'm just using the stick boxes that these have got. Let's see. Go ahead and pop this out. Oh, maybe. This controller cable is really tight around this screw post. Windows have a good kernel stability, but you can run Linux everywhere. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm generally not using a whole lot of like weird devices though. I've got my PC, I've got my laptop, and that's about it. But yeah, if you need flexibility, Linux is absolutely better for that. Okay. So normally, if I wanted to take stuff off of a board, I would just blast it with hot air. But the problem is that there are plastic parts in the sliders and the joysticks. And so we need to desolder those with solder... What's it called? Solder wick. So that way we don't destroy anything. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started with that. I think I'm just going to disconnect this. I'm not going to be too gentle with this guy because I'm not going to use him again. But I will be a little bit more careful with the sticks themselves. You got a solder sucker? It'll be way easier. I hate solder suckers. I think that's probably because I've only ever used cheap ones, which, I mean, that's my fault. But, you know what? I might have one. Let me check my toolbox. Okay, I've actually got two for some reason. So I'll give it a go. I think part of my experience with solder suckers has been that they were like what we tried to use to desolder back when I was learning how to solder. I was not good at soldering when I was learning how to do it. So I probably haven't been totally fair to them. So we'll give them a shot. Let's see. So there are different kinds of GameCube stick boxes. The ones in classic controllers are actually the best kind. So these are called Tier 3 boxes. And you can tell because they've got the white plastic on them. And I think they're more durable than other stick boxes. There's something about them that's better. But they're what the custom GameCube controller communities always really like to use. So conveniently, we'll be using those in the build. And I will say you can really tell a difference between cheap stick boxes and legit ones. I think in my G-Wii I used just like random ones that I bought off of eBay or Amazon or something. And they were not good. Definitely very cheap feeling. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So this is a solder sucker. The theory behind it is that you just get really close to your solder once it's all heated up and then you just suck it out. We'll see how this goes. And if it doesn't work, then I will just use solder wick, which might be tricky. Hang on, maybe I need to take my iron off of the thing? Ah, okay. Okay, I got one leg out really nice. You need to get it over the joint, pull the iron away, stick it all the way on. Okay. Okay, this actually doesn't work too bad. Not quite. I think that should be good enough. Sorry if I missed it. Are you using OEM stick caps? I don't... Well, okay, I have one set of OEM stick caps that are in good condition. And they're currently on my own GameCube controller. I've got a bunch of beat up ones, and I've got a bunch of third-party ones, but I want to save these for when I have, like, good resin casting equipment. So for this build, I'm just using third-party ones that look close. They're not the worst third-party caps I've ever seen. The yellow's a bit too bright. The gray on the plastic part of the stick is a bit dim here. But they feel good. Well, they feel fine. Good might be a bit of a stretch, but they're at least usable. But good, you basically have to buy a brand new controller to get good OEM GameCube like caps. And I bought one a while back. That's where I got those nice sticks from. They're like 90 bucks or something. And I don't think the prices have come down on those, if I had to guess. Okay, that worked. Alright, let's see if I can get this stick out now. Hang on. let's see, all but one of the pins is completely out. I think if I just use a bit of wick here. Where did I put my solder wick? I just cleaned up my desk this morning. I don't think I would have put solder wick anywhere but my desk. Huh. Is it on the floor? Nope. Alright, hang on. Alright, I think this is my cheap solder wick. But we'll use it until the other stuff reappears. Zed Labs is making some new third-party sticks that will allegedly be OEM quality. That sounds cool. It would be really nice to have a source for at least close in quality. Because right now it is all just, unless they're like resin casted ones from someone who knows what they're doing. If it's not OEM, it's pretty rough. Alrighty. There's one stick box. I don't think we ruined anything in getting that out. So let's just do the same thing on the next stick box. Had some issues with third-party sticks on an Ashida since it didn't hit the notches quite right. Huh. It seems like they also have issues on normal controllers though, right? I guess we'll try them once I've got them installed on the custom boards. I've never actually used the entire like stick in an Ashida or in any portable Wii build before. But I've ordered a lot of third-party GameCube controllers like stick caps in the past. Because they're what I use to make like the GameCube Joy-Con sticks. Oh, whoops. And some third-party ones I bought worked well enough for that. Others were just too cheap, though. I've got like 10 sticks that are like so cheap I don't know what I could use them for. They're just unusable on anything I even remotely care about. Okay, I might just use solder wick to clean that one up. Oh, that's not good. Might be getting some test units once the molds are sorted out, so we'll report back once I've tried them. Yeah, let me know how those go. Is it one of those things where they're doing like a bunch of different colors, or are they just trying to do like one run of stock looking ones and then people can do what they want with those? Alright. OEM colors definitely. There'll be other colors eventually, but I'm not sure what. That makes sense. Oh, oh, okay. If they sit a little low, then that would make sense why they clank with the Ashida. Okay, let's try to just wick the last little bits of solder out of here. Alright. Well, the solder sucker was a good call, MP3. Thanks for telling me to try it. I honestly haven't used a solder sucker in like 5 years. There we go. Alright, let's see if I can get him out. Oh, look at that. Okay, there's some sort of... I don't know if it's visible or not. Some sort of like black gunk on the bottom of this. I don't know what that is. It might just be flux that leaked down into it. Okay, so we got the sticks out. And those are going to be the hardest. Okay, let's... Actually... Where did I put the... Here it is. Let's see, I'll try using the solder sucker on the trigger mabobs too. See how that goes. You're right. It also doesn't waste a foot of wick, which is nice. See, I may need to open up the solder sucker and clean it out soon. It's getting stuck a bit. There it goes. Alright, let's try solder sucker number 2. What are your favorite games on the Wii? I mean, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, those are definitely a classic. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was one that I played a lot. Revisiting it as an adult, it isn't quite as fun. Although there are some cool ROM hacks for New Super Mario Bros. Wii out there. And I played through a few of those with a friend. And they're pretty fun. They're definitely more fun than the original, especially after you've played it a bunch. The Pikmin games for the Wii are really fun. I mostly play the GameCube versions of them nowadays, since those are easier to control on like portable Wiis. But I do think that the Wii versions are better, like controls-wise. Pointing with the sticks is a little bit more awkward than just pointing at the screen. Although I can imagine that some people would prefer it the other way. Mario Party 8 is a really fun Wii game. I played that a lot as a kid. Smash Bros. Brawl was one that I enjoyed, although nowadays I think I'd probably just play Ultimate. Can't really see myself going back to Brawl. Except for maybe Subspace. I think that's the only thing it has that like modern ones don't. There we go. I'm trying to think if there are any like weird Wii games I had as a kid. Beyond your typical Marios and Zeldas. Although I do remember distinctly not liking Skyward Sword. I need to give it another shot, but I did not enjoy Skyward Sword as a kid. The motion controls, there's always like, I was in the camp of people who tried the motion controls and they just never seemed to work right. But at some point I might try the Switch version. Because I'd imagine the Switch version has to be better controls-wise than the Wii one. It's loose. There we go. There's one. Okay, we need some solder wick on this one. You can hate me, but I never really liked Zelda. That's fair enough. I grew up with like Wind Waker and an NES with the original Zelda game, and a guide on how to beat the original Zelda game. That definitely helped. So I've definitely got a fair amount of sentimental value in Zelda. Hey there, Matham. How's it going? There we go. There's our other trigger thing. Alright, last thing we need to get out of this board before we can just toss it. Or, you know, save it for when I eventually need something off it again. 'Cause heaven forbid I throw something out. Are these two Z-buttons. Which, that's another advantage to the classic, using the classic controller for an Ashida over a GameCube one, is that we need two Z-buttons for the Ashida, and a GameCube controller only has one. I remember one of my friends bringing over a game they just couldn't figure out what it was. Turned out to be Skyward Sword. I had a friend that was really into Twilight Princess. He would have been like 6 or 7 at the time. And I remember going over to his house and he just played Twilight Princess by himself while I watched him. And I didn't really understand what was going on or why he liked it. I do want to... Actually, one of the games I put on my Steam Deck was Twilight Princess HD. So I do want to like play through Twilight Princess at some point. It's one of those where I always get like past the first like temple or whatever, first dungeon, and then I either sell the portable I was playing it on or get bored or something always comes up. But it does seem like a good one. Maybe I should just... You know what? I'll try the solder sucker one more time. Why not? Served me well the first 2 times. Alright, let's see. Hey there, Ashter. Thanks for coming in. Ocarina of Time Until I Die. That's another one that I need to sit down and play at some point. I think the furthest I ever got through Ocarina of Time was on an emulator during a road trip one time. And I think I got like through the first dungeon basically, and then not any farther. But it's one of those games that people won't shut up about. So, either everyone's really dumb, or it's a good game. One or the other. Just played through Link's Awakening on Switch. Very cute and fun, but not very challenging. That seems to be the Link's Awakening vibe. I played most of the Switch version, and then something came out. I don't remember what it was. But I never went back and finished it. But I've got a mostly complete save file on my Switch. I think the reason I haven't gone back to it is because I know that if I fired it up and tried to remember what to do, I'm not going to remember where I was or what I was trying to get to next. Link to the Past is a classic. I didn't have it as a kid. I grew up with an NES and a GameCube, so I didn't really get to experience the N64 or the SNES ones. But I played a little bit of Link's Awakening. It does seem like a pretty fun game. Alright, this is the part I remember about solder suckers, which is that they need to be cleaned out a lot. And even after cleaning them out, they still have issues sometimes. Thanks, Aunt Kylie. Yeah, this is the part I remember, where it doesn't work anymore. I don't know how to fix it. Alright. It may just be time for the solder wick. I only played games like Wii Sports Resort and NFS Carbon. I mean, if you have Wii Sports, then that's all you need for the Wii, really. But yeah, Wii Sports was a big one. Ouch. Wii Sports forever. I've been meaning to, so you can use the Wii's Bluetooth module on a PC, since it just runs off of USB, so it's really easy to use. And I want to, like, put together some boards and distribute them to my friends, so that way we can play Wii Sports online through Dolphin NetPlay. It's probably not worth the effort, but, you know, why not? Alright, I give up. We're using solder wick. Those Hakko desolder pumps are amazing. Can't go back to those pump ones. Yeah, that makes sense that high quality tools would be better to use. We'll have to look into one of those. Because I like how well the pumps worked at first, but I don't like how well they're working now. But I do think I've seen those pump guns that you're talking about before. The Wiimote just works over Bluetooth on every PC I've tried? Really? I remember trying to get a Wii Remote to connect to my, like, an old laptop of mine. That would have been like 7 or 8 years ago. And I remember having a lot of issues with it. But it might be worth giving it another go. Although I need some sort of Bluetooth adapter for my PC. Because it definitely doesn't have Bluetooth. Except on Mac. Well, there's a lot of except on Macs out there in the world. Okay, I think I should have just used solder wick on the Z buttons. This definitely works better. I think that might be it. Alright, see if I can wiggle this guy out. There we go. Alright. We're done with that board. And now I have all the parts I need and a big old mess. Oh, you have to pair it through Dolphin. That makes sense, because I was definitely trying to do it through the Bluetooth settings on my computer. And so that would probably be why I was having issues. I didn't know Dolphin had a spot where you could sync Wii remotes to it. I know they had like their Dolphin board product, or Dolphin bar, I think. So I assume that'd be required to sync them through Dolphin. But if not, then that's really cool. Alright. Okay. So now we're going to bring these boards back in. And... okay, let's see. I need to figure out which way the Z buttons go on. Do they go on like this? No, they go on the other way. Which means... I think we'll go ahead and put these potentiometers on first. Yes, okay, they go on top. Like that. I think Mayflash made that, but it was literally just a USB-powered sensor bar. Oh. Okay, I thought there was some sort of tech in it. So that you could also, like, sync the Wii remotes up to it. But if that's all it is, then, that's not all that interesting. Okay. And now the Z button. Hope that's the right way. Alright, I think everything's all good for this board. So let's do the other one. Let's see, I think we'll still do potentiometer first. There we go. Also, if I'm doing stuff out of the camera frame, yell at me. I tend to forget that there's a camera that needs to see what I'm doing. Alright. Yeah, okay, I mounted that flat. Okay. So now we'll go ahead and do... I think we do the Z button first. Goes on this way. So I guess just for reference, the Z buttons go on so they stick out the same way that the sticks do. It's good looking on the camera. That's good. Feels like whenever I look over, it's always out of focus. But that's probably because I'm always moving stuff when I'm looking at the camera. Oh, I also recently got... one of the issues I've always had with my camera is that whenever I try to record screens, especially like portable screens, I always get these like awful hazy lines that go across the screen on the camera's end. And the trick was to just put a polarizer on it. I guess that just gets rid of like the scanning lines and such that are on screens. And so now it looks much better when I use my camera to record like game footage and such, which is nice. So I don't necessarily have to use my phone for that. Do these plastic nubs... I'm trying to put it on the wrong way. Right? Ah, there we go. I think. Kind of. Oh wait, is this the one with the gunk on the bottom? Hang on, one of these sticks has gunk on the bottom. I need to clean that before I try to install it. It is. Okay. We'll use the old isopropyl alcohol in a toothbrush method. Here's my toothbrush. There we go. Oh! I think the black stuff was these letters. They must have melted on the other one and gotten smeared around. That's probably what it was. Alright, we'll install the other stick while that one dries out. I think it's in place. Let's see. Oh, those screws. I should put the screws in before I try to solder it, so that way I know it's locked down. Not all GameCube stick boxes have these screws. The metal ones don't, but these plastic ones do. So if yours don't have screws, then that's not the end of the world. Okay, there we go. Now it's definitely in all the way. Alright. I think this board has all the parts it needs. We can set it off to the side. This one also got everything it needs. So there's just one more board left. Here it is. Maybe I should build an Ashida. I mean, you built part of one at MGC. You put all those nice long wires on the USB-C board so that I could wire them all to the wrong spot. But yeah, if anyone else is looking to build a portable Wii out there, I do think the Ashida is probably a good starting point, the one I'm building right now. I think this build should be pretty easy. I mean, I guess we'll see. But it's got plenty of space for you to route wires. It's got nice circuit boards so that you're not left with a lot of floating stuff. And most importantly, it's very cool. And that's the most important part of a portable Wii build. Okay, so we are all done with circuit board assembly. All of our parts are locked on. So I'm just going to go ahead and wipe them down real quick, because a bunch of them have flux residues on them, which doesn't really matter. They just don't look very clean, and this flux isn't conductive, but some flux is conductive. So it's good to be in the habit of cleaning it off when you're done soldering. And I do want my boards to be especially clean in this build, since you'll be able to see them through the case. Okay, so now that these boards are done, usually I build the back half of the portable first, but we'll mix it up today. We'll do the front half first, since that's got all the fun GameCube stuff on it. Oh, and then one thing I did do before the stream was I went ahead and trimmed a Wii, made sure it works, and then relocated the MX chip, which does the clock for a trimmed Wii. Just so that way we don't have to deal with that stuff on stream. And usually the MX chip is like the last thing I do in a build. And usually at the end of my streams I'm just pretty burnt out and tired and don't really want to do it. So now it's already done. I don't have an excuse for not doing it. But yeah, if you do want to see me trim a Wii or relocate an MX chip, then just check out one of like my other VOD videos. I don't remember exactly which one where I did a full Wii trim on camera and everything, but it's one of them. New trick I found out recently: if you had a lot of stubborn flux on a board, soak a paper towel in IPA, lay it over the board, and then toothbrush the paper towel. Picks up all the flux residue. Huh. Alright, I'll keep that one in mind. I think my worry would be that the paper towel would like fall apart if I tried to brush it. Maybe I just need a softer brush, but that's a good tip. Okay, let's bring in the front half of the case. And we're putting it on paper towels because I do not want to stain this case. Shouldn't be too hard to clean, but I'd rather just keep it as clean as possible as I go along. Okay, let's put the speakers in. So the speakers just drop into place. Another nice thing about the Ashida is that it has a really complete bill of materials for all the parts you need for the build. So that's helpful if you're not familiar with building portable Wiis, just to know if you are ordering everything or not. It was nice because this morning I was able to sit down and run down the list and make sure I have everything sitting on my desk. And hopefully I do. And if I don't, well, that's my fault then. Oh, I forgot to grab a D-pad. Alright, I might need to go run and find one real quick. Alright. So, the buttons for this build are just going to be like stock GameCube buttons. Here, I'll show them now. I tried to make some like fun resin cast ones that were like aquatic themed. Come on. So like this one, I put some seashells in it. There's some grass along the sides, which you can't really see from the top down because it's just really, really thin blades of grass. This one, I don't know if my camera's going to focus. Okay, there we go. It's like fish and grass inside, so it's all pretty looking. But the issue is that the color of blue is completely off. It's like an ice blue, whereas this is more of a sapphire blue. So I think I'm just going to save these buttons, and then in the future build, I'm sure these will fit into something. Bubbling would actually add to the effect. Yep, it definitely would. Although I actually managed to keep these pretty bubble free, which I'm happy about. I had these like weird like little beads that I used as like the rocks-ish for the bottom of the buttons. And those just kind of look like little tiny bubbles, which kind of works. But it is funny that I've gotten full circle on trying to get rid of buttons in my get rid of bubbles in my portables to trying to incorporate them back in. Hey there, Gabriel. Alright, and then I tried to clean these buttons to the best of my ability this morning. So a few years back, I bought like a giant lot of broken GameCube controllers. I think I got, it was like 30-ish, like OEM GameCube controllers. And so I bought them planning to like fix them up and get them working and looking all nice. And then it was just too much work. And so I ended up just going to the custom GameCube controller community and being like, hey, I've got a lot of broken GameCube controllers. I think I sold them for like $7 a piece, $5 a piece, which was a steal. I should have charged more than that even then. But some of them I did keep. Oh, that's weird. Okay. B, A, and X are all nice and loose. This Y button, though, is... Oh, was there just a piece of gunk? Okay. I'll have to check on that later. That one might get stuck. And so then these pads are also from a stock GameCube controller. I think you get third-party ones on like Amazon or eBay, but again, that's another situation where the quality probably isn't going to be great, but it's probably serviceable. Put a Z button in. Is this the right size? What's going on here? Hang on, let me try taking the spring out. Maybe this... Is it important for the Ashida? What internals are you using? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. I'm gonna use a Wii as the brain of this portable. And then there's just a bunch of different parts from different consoles and such. Mostly GameCube controller stuff. Okay, let's try sticking the board on. Okay, that all feels fine. This Z button feels... Okay, well I can always just put it in and out. I guess I'll figure out what the deal is with that later. Okay, actually, before I put in the controller stuff, I think the screen needs to go in first, because these boards are going to cover up a lot of the screen stuff. Okay. So for the screen, we're using a 5-inch IPS display. At least I hope this one's IPS. 4-layer Tech sells them. They're the nicest 5-inch panels I've seen. There is a world of difference between these and just like the cheap 16:9 ones. So highly recommend if you're building a Louis or an Ashida or any portable Wii that uses a 5-inch screen. And then on this board, I've already done a mod for 3.3 volts. So usually this screen is powered off of 12 volts. But if you just get rid of everything in this corner right here, and you just plug in 3.3 volts, I'll show it later, but there's just a rail right here. If you just do that, then you've got an easy screen that runs off of 3.3 volts, which is good for portable Wiis. On the Ashida, I think their website shows how to do a simpler 3.3 volt mod that doesn't require removing everything. You can do either one. I'm just used to doing this one for Louis, so that's what I did here. Before we do anything with it, though, I need to put Captain tape along the bottom of this guy. Because the back of the screen, I'm pretty sure this is conductive, and so if you just slap it down on there, you're going to short out everything along here. Which wouldn't be good. So Captain tape like this is really handy for portable Wiis. It's basically just thin electrical tape. So it's nice, it's not conductive, it's very thin. I'm gonna use it in a bunch of different spots on my builds. Alright, Bowser, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a nice rest of your day. Let's see. What does drop it do? I think my idea with that channel point reward was that I would drop whatever portable I'm working on. Or was it... Oh, it might have just been a default Twitch one. Like, Twitch just has, like, some, like, recommended ones. I think the idea with that one was, like, if someone's doing, like, a challenge, they would have to drop their controller. But I thought it was funny to add, so that way I would need to drop whatever portable I'm working on. Although I think I made it, like, 1,000,000 points or something. So that way I'm not wantonly... Oh, it's 1,000. I'm sorry, MP3. I think you got scammed. So that puts you even further away from the free portable reward. Well, I'll tell you what. Later on in the stream, I might stand on a portable Wii for you guys. Put my full body weight on it. Surely that's even more impressive, right? Let's see. I'm just taking an X-Acto knife and chopping off the excess tape. I really need to get like one of those like nice cutting mats, because I could definitely use one and then not scrape up this desk of mine. Although this desk was a $20 investment at a Goodwill, so. But it is a nice desk. I've been very happy with it. This light up here, it actually came with. And the light worked, which I was surprised by. What does drop it even do? Does Ginger just drop the portable? That's the idea. Actually, I think I might be able to refund channel point rewards. I've never tried it. Let's see. Can I... There's some way to do it. I've seen it done before. Alright. So now we'll just slot in the FFC connector. Maybe. This connector is always so hard to like actually get to go in. And every time I do, I'm never quite sure whether it's actually in all the way or not. Oh, come on. Well, I'm glad you've ascended past the need for channel points, MP3. That's like the, I think that's the 4th level of enlightenment, right? You don't care about your channel points. There we go. See, even... I don't know if you can see. The cable still sticks out so much. Like, there's so much, like, copper visible there. But that might just be enough. I mean, we'll find out later. And then another tip for when you're installing the screen. There's a screen protector on it, which is nice to have. But make sure you bend the, like, the pull tab back all the way before you put the screen in. So that way you can access the pull tab even after the screen is put into place. Because if you don't, then you have to like, sometimes it's really easy to just like grab the pull tab with a pair of tweezers, but sometimes it is not, depending on how tightly the screen is in place. Oh, I have to put this in the other way. Oh, that's cool. It's just like a little slot that holds the screen. I like that. Okay. And then I've got this little 3D printed piece. How does this guy work? Do I go on... Oh, wait. Is it like this? Oh. That's handy. I've never actually used these mounting holes on the screen driver board before. I usually just hot glue the driver board to the screen. So, I mean, I guess this is a better solution. Just means I need to poke hole. Oh, okay. So you don't need to put Captain tape on it because there's actually a cover between the screen and the driver board. So, You know, I'll leave the captain tape on there since I spent so much time placing it correctly. But you don't need to do that on this portable. That's nice. Okay, that should be good enough. Oh, and then this. I see. This little 3D printed piece has some notches that also slide in underneath this little lip here. Alright, that is a nice way to design the screen holder. I like that a lot. Probably have to steal that technique for a future build of mine. Okay, and then for the screws, I've got a lot of 4mm long screws. So we're going to see if these fit here. So one of the downsides to using a resin case like this is that the screw posts can wear out pretty easily. So when I screw something in, I'm going to be very careful and hope that it is the last time, or one of the only times, I need to use that screw post. Because if a screw post wears out, it is fixable. You can like combine, I think it's like super glue and something else. Super glue and like baking powder. You could just kind of shove that in the hole and then re-drill the hole out. That's one technique to like fix a screw post. But it definitely won't look as nice on a clear case like this. So I would like to just try and avoid that. Okay, the 3D printed part isn't quite lining up perfectly. Did I get it that time? That might be okay. I may need to use 6mm screws on these. 4mm, it's like going into the resin part, but just barely. I broke a screw hole on mine and had to JB weld it back together. Yeah. That's never fun. On a G-Boy build I did a long time ago in a clear case. I think you can actually see it back there. My head's in the way. It's way back there. But the screw posts for that were particularly... They weren't brittle. They were bad. I don't know what the word is, but they wore out instantly. Like, even if I only screwed something in once, it was basically game over for the screw posts on a lot of them. And so my technique with them ended up just being shoving screws in the holes and then super gluing inside of them. Isn't that one a Wii Boy? Yes, that one is technically a Wii Boy. Because that was back when G-Man was doing a trial run of the kits at Shank's place. So it does have the Forbidden Wii Boy text on it. Alright, nice. So now the screen is all mounted. This flex cable sticks up a bit, but it should smush down in the end. Okay, so another thing I need to figure out is even though the screen is mounted now, there's a chance that things are still going to get covered up by some of the other boards. So this board doesn't block anything. I still have access to everything. But this board... Okay, yeah, so this board is going to cover up some of the VGA connections that I need. there we go. So I think I might just run wires for these now, so that way I don't have to worry about it later on. So I need to kind of guess at how much length I'm going to need on those wires. Okay, let's see. So how many, I need to see how many of these it covers up. It covers up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everything above the first 5. Hang on. Okay, I think this is the only other driver board of this type that I have on hand. This is an old portable Wii. This is the one I upgraded into the green translucent one. And I never really fully took it apart and demolished it. So the screen is just kind of stuck in here. But let's see, the bottom 5, ground, VH, ground RN. Okay. So I need to run the cables for at least the green VGA line and the blue VGA line. So conveniently, I've got a nice baggie full of twisted wire of various colors. Is this one going to be long enough? Let's think. So the Wii is going to sit in the case like so. Oh, actually that might be... Oh yeah, this is definitely long enough. Okay. Yeah. So we'll cut them all to about this length. You sure I didn't wire that? Nah, this is an acceptable length. You're just putting like foot-long wires on wires that only need to run like 3 inches. Although, to be fair, I was the one that messed it up worse by running those wires to the wrong spots. So, but in my defense, G-Man changed the pin out of that board. So that's his fault, not mine. He shouldn't have changed anything. Let's see, and then a red wire. So twisted wire is kind of a hacky solution to shield wires, kind of. But it's definitely not as good as just straight up shielded wire. But shielded wire is really obnoxious to use. So I'll usually just try to use twisted wire everywhere I can. And then if there's still bad interference, then I'll go out and get some nice shielded wire. Actually, I've got some right here. So the Wii has some like Wi-Fi connectors, like these antennas. And this wire right here is actually pretty good, or really good shielded wire. It's just kind of obnoxious to use. I could show why. I might do that later. But the shielding around the wire is difficult to like group up and solder in a way that doesn't tug on other wires. But it is high quality shielded wire. So if you need some for a build, try to use the Wi-Fi module wire. Alright. So now I'm going to just separate and tin these wires real quick. So this really thin wire that I use is called magnet wire. Basically you strip it just by burning the ends of it with solder, and it is incredibly thin. So it's really good to use for like the vias on a Wii, or like soldering directly to a chip or something. Because it's super thin, It's really good for data traces. You can't use it on everything though, because sometimes you need thicker wires for like power and stuff. But I use magnet wire wherever I can, because I really like it. And it is incredibly cheap. For about 10 bucks you get like, I don't know how long the rolls are, but they last a very long time. I did have to replace my red spool of magnet wire. But that was after building like 50 portable Wiis. So it's very difficult to run out of it. There we go. Hey there, the Mer Dragon. It's going pretty good. So far, we've assembled all the circuit boards that I need. And then right now, we're just working on assembling the front half of the build. So everything with the controls, the screen, all that stuff. And I think we're actually almost done with it. I think once I like install the buttons and the boards and get these wires down, it'll be pretty much done. We'll have to do some more wiring on it later, but okay. And we tin these pads. The Ashida doesn't have screen controls, does it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Looks like it's going to end up looking pretty cool. I hope so. Although with these kinds of cases, it's pretty hard to not have it look cool. I do wish I would have got the fish buttons working, but that just means I'll have to do another portable build in the future. Okay, and then it goes ground and then green, right? Yes, okay. Okay, the blue wire. Alright, I have a weird idea. I really don't like that this portable doesn't have like screen control buttons, unless I'm forgetting something. And so I think I may repurpose the two buttons down here to be menu and then up at the very least. Even if I don't have a down button, that should be enough to run the auto screen config. And then I think I'll use one of the Z buttons as a start button. That's the idea anyways. We'll see if that works. And then I think I'll just run wires real quick for H and V while I'm running all the VGA wires. On VGA, H and V don't need to be twisted. Those are like the sync lines for VGA. And those ones, you don't really have to worry about interference as much as you do like the color lines. So I usually just run either like lightly twisted or non-twisted wires for that part. I'm gonna move the case away a little bit because I do not want to get solder blotches inside of the shell. Let's see, is V on the bottom? It is. Try to do consistent colors across all the cables on my builds. I usually do green for the V sync wire and then red for the H sync wire. There we go. Okay, so now got all of our VGA wires. So now if I cover up this part, that shouldn't be a problem. Which means we can go back to installing this board. Hey there, Loop J. How's it going? Just like that. It's hard to tell if this is like in properly or not, because it's still a bit loose, but there's not really a way to like slot it into something as far as I can tell. Just like that. Are there screw posts for this board? I don't know how you're supposed to... Am I missing screw posts or something? Because I see holes in the board that I would think are screw posts, but there's nothing there. What about the other one? Oh, I need a D-pad. Let me go run and grab one real quick. Alright. Hot glue? I don't think that's the recommended mounting method. Alright, this is my baggie of miscellaneous GameCube parts. Let me try and find the best looking D-pad I've got. Oh, definitely not that one. That one's not bad. Not that one. Okay, I think this guy is our cleanest D-pad. There's a bit of grime along the edges. Let's see if I can just buff those out with some IPA. Isopropyl alcohol is my universal cleaning tool for all things portables. It's hard to clean along like the little walls of the D-pad. Alright, well, it's at least disinfected at the very least. Do you think you've spent more time building portables or playing portables? Definitely the former. I used to do commissions on a very regular basis. Like I did that a lot more than like making YouTube videos and stuff. And so I have spent many hours building portable Wiis. I've spent a decent amount of time playing them because, well, I played my own portables back when they were still pretty novel to me. And then I had to test every single commission I ever built. And that added up a lot of time. But yeah, I've definitely spent more time building them. Especially if you count the design time on portables. That adds up pretty quick. IPA in a little spritzer bottle works great. That's a good idea. I should probably get a little spritzer bottle. Alright, well, I've got one screw post on this board, so I guess I'll use it. Right? Is this a screw post? I hope that's a screw post. Keeping this piece lined up is tricky, though. Oh, wait, hang on. Where's the C-stick board? Does this need to go in first? Okay, it might need to go in first. So let's go ahead and attach the C-stick. Just like so. Is that right? I've got this little... So there are holes right here for this one, and for that one, but not for this one. I feel like there should be a hole for this one. Oh wait, no, this board does go on second? I think. Yeah, this one has to go on second, I hope. Alright, I'm gonna take a small risk. And hope that I'm supposed to cut this off, and this board just wasn't designed right. Because it very clearly slots around these two, but not this one. I'm pretty sure it's up at a weird angle like this. We'll try it. Actually, I have a different idea. Let's watch a movie. Okay, so this is the original Ashida video. Let's see, this one, I hope? Okay, here we go. And I think this video shows how it's supposed to go together. So let's just watch it real quick. Oh wait, I'm upside down on that screen. Whatever. And then let's see if we can tell which way it's supposed to be. Okay, so this is the entire back half assembly that we'll be doing in a little while. The hole right below the Z button is the screw post, right? Yeah, this one right here, I believe. But that's the only screw post I see. So I'm hoping that's the only one that I need. This was a very cool video that Wesk put together when the Ashida was announced. And it works as a sort of a brief build guide, showing how everything goes together. Yeah, so the trigger mounts are the same ones that are in OEM GameCube controllers. Oh. Okay. Okay, so that's important. So I need to put these 30 printed pieces on now. So these are what hold like the trigger button assemblies. And I think these are what some of the random looking screw posts are for. So let's go ahead. We'll finish watching that later. But that does answer my current question. Feel a little bit more comfortable with what's going on now. Okay. Oh, wait. I need to switch scenes. There we go. So these little 3D printed mounts right here hold these trigger boards, which go on like this. That doesn't seem right. Am I doing the wrong one? Are they going? Like that? Oh yeah, I guess this is right. This seems weird though. Oh, wait, no. Okay, this is definitely right. Because the way this works is that this hooks onto here, and then you can see that like the part that pushes the button is lined up perfectly with that. Oh, okay. So now I guess, is it just one screw post that holds this down? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright. Probably should have reviewed how to build one before I started stream, but I don't know where that screw went. We're just learning as we go. I don't really know if you're supposed to screw in from this side or this side. But I'm gonna screw in from this side, so that way we like bite into the screw post rather than the circuit board. Because biting into you can't really bite into the circuit board with a screw, but you can bite into the 3D print. Okay. Doesn't feel super tightly mounted. Still got a bit of wiggle room. But we'll just run with that for now and change it later if there's an issue. N64 portable? Close. We're doing a GameCube port, or GameCube / Wii portable. This case is designed to look almost exactly like a GameCube controller. It's probably a little easier to tell when you can see those buttons. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing for this trigger mount. Yeah, just like that. Oh, dang it. Okay. These circuit boards need to go in before you screw on the 3D print. Or else you can't get these boards in anymore. In fact, I think... Okay. So before we put these little trigger boards in, I'm going to solder wires to them. Because getting wires into these holes is really easy right now, but it's going to be tricky later on when there's a bunch of plastic surrounding these holes. So we'll just get ahead of the curve. I don't need very long wires. I'm just going to use 34 gauge magnet wire again. And then the colors of the wire don't matter. Because it doesn't matter which side of the pad goes to ground and which one goes to the trigger button. They'll work just fine either way. But not everything is like that. Actually, most things aren't like that. But buttons are easy, thankfully. So these wires are a little bit longer than they probably need to be, because I don't really care if I waste magnet wire. And I'd much rather waste a little bit of magnet wire than have a wire that's too short and have to go through the hassle of replacing it later. Okay. Just tinning these wires. There we go. Usually on vias, you want to put the wire in first and then try and solder. But these via holes are a bit big for 34 gauge magnet wire. Oh, well, actually. There we go. If I jam it in hard enough, it works fine. There we go. Oop, got distracted and now I'm late. Well, you're fired, unfortunately. We've already found somebody to fill in for your position, so you need to pack up your cubicle and look for work elsewhere. Someone probably asked this, but how are you on this spooky Saturday? I'm doing pretty well. I've mostly just been working on school stuff.
Am I unfired?
Okay, well you did give me money. Although it was free money, since it was a Prime sub. But we'll give you one more chance. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. But yeah. I've been doing mostly school stuff, and I've been working on a YouTube video. It'll be out by the end of the year for sure. Really hopeful to have it done by the end of November. But we'll see. It's pretty involved. The reason why I'm selling this portable is because I have some rather goofy things that I want to fund for the video that they aren't reasonable, but I want to do them, so I'm selling this portable to fund them so that I'm not funding goofy gimmicks out of my savings account. But that video should be a lot of fun. I think I'll probably show off the project a little bit later today, if we're ever waiting for something to cool or dry or something. The portable's for sale. It already has a buyer, so it's already spoken for, unfortunately. But I usually sell portables for about $1,500, which is more than they're worth, in my opinion. But I have a lot of demand, so that's what I price them at. But yeah, I have committed to building one other portable for someone. That's because they were from Dubai and they showed up in my DMs and offered me like double what I usually charge. And so it's like, alright, whatever, I'll build you a portable. If you're gonna throw money at me, then I'll do it, but I don't like to do it much. Yes, the portables are quality, so I grew up in the next city over from Dubai. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've sold a couple portables to Dubai before. It's not much more of a hassle than shipping anywhere internationally. Actually, it's less of a hassle than some places. Germany is a huge pain to ship portables to. I learned that the hard way. Someday I'm gonna make big money and buy a portable off of you. Oh, sounds good. Chances are I'll have other dumb things I want to fund for future videos. Okay, so now we have the trigger mounts installed, which I should have done earlier. They're a little bit wiggly. I might super glue them down later if that's an issue. Okay, so now I think we're actually ready to install the buttons and the sticks. I know G-Man has similar prices. Yeah, G-Man's prices. That's part of the reason why I don't charge over $1,500. Because I think that's what G-Man was charging for G-Boys back when he did those. And I can't reasonably claim that my work is better than G-Man's. So. And $1,500 is, that's plenty. Probably the smart thing to do would be to just auction them off, but I don't really want to use eBay. And there are probably other sites that are good for auctions, but then there's always the hassle of having a mystery person buy the portable. And sometimes mystery people aren't great at understanding what it is and what it's meant for and how it should and shouldn't be used. And I don't really want to have to deal with mystery person when they break the portable somehow in some dumb way and then get mad at me. But I have other size screws somewhere. A portable Wii is worth 3 PS5s. I guess it depends on, well, I guess 3 PS5s at OEM pricing, assuming you can get that. But I guess it depends on how much you value stuff like a portable Wii. Better than the AliExpress portables? Yeah, the AliExpress they've gotten a little bit better. They're definitely better than they were back in like 2020, but they're still rough. Definitely a bit of a gamble. Okay, I'm gonna use a 6mm screw for this board, since I gotta go through the little rubber pad as well as the actual screw post. I did actually get a PS5 recently. Oh, that's not screwing in. What's happening? Do I need a thicker screw? Oh, that's weird. Oh, I definitely do. Okay, let's try... Let's do an 8mm screw. That's the longest I got, so... Melee on this would be super cool. That's probably not a bad thing to use it for. Although I'd imagine if you're probably a huge Melee fan, then you're probably really particular about your controllers. And while I think my controller mounts and my standards are pretty high for portables, I don't think they're Melee player high. Oh, I'm doing something wrong on mounting this board, because this feels bad. Is there something that holds it in place? It might just be one of those things where it's held in place once it's all put together. Oh, wait, okay. I can't be trying to screw it in when it's like that. Want to get Ashida to play Pokemon Rumble on the go? I mean, portable Wii probably would be a pretty good way to do that. Have you tried emulating it before? Because I did get a Steam Deck recently. I was talking about it earlier, but my Steam Deck I've been pretty impressed with how it does on emulation stuff. It's definitely not as good as like a portable GameCube or Wii, but it's good enough for most things, I would say. Okay, here we go. This is... Okay, it still doesn't feel super sturdy. But it's definitely better than it was before. Alright, well, we'll figure it out later if I'm doing something wrong. Ah, okay, you're an original hardware kind of guy? That's fair enough. Yeah, Prime Hacks does seem... I've never played the Metroid Prime games past, like, the tutorial of Metroid Prime 1. Actually, wait, where is it? If you're a Metroid Prime fan, then you'll love that I found this in a Wii the other day. I had a Wii with a busted disk drive that came in, and I've never gotten Other M out of a Wii before. But that's now a part of my discs that came out of Broken Wii's collection. Okay, the C-Stick board. I think I need to trim this little guy. Remember finding Other M for $5 and it still wasn't worth it? Yeah, it's one of those things where it's one of those games where I don't really know anything about it beyond the fact that people don't like it. Okay, I'm trimming this piece. I'm trimming it very carefully because if you cut resin wrong, you can like crack the whole case if you're really unlucky. My brain is so smart. I'm thinking about unportabilizing a PSP or DS. I know a guy who did it. Well, I think it's pretty easy to unportabilize a DS at this point because somebody found like the composite out mod for it. And then I think there are also like FPGA solutions to get really nice video out. Alright. Well, that little supporting rod is gone. Hopefully I don't need that. Oh, well now this board is clanking with the... Okay, there we go. It's a tight squeeze. Okay, that looks and feels right. Alright, that looks pretty good. Does the stick go under the other board? No, I double checked. It does go over it, like this one. Like it is right now. But you're right, that was one of the first things I checked when I was having issues getting it to go in. Okay. Well, I think it's good now. I'm just confused by that little support rod. I don't think I've ever seen anyone, like, ask about that. But... Alright, so we're going to go ahead and link up these pads with these pads. Going to use magnet wire again, because that's just the go-to. And then I'm not too worried about differentiating the colors on it, but... How fragile is resin? Because that's what I bought and it came kind of warped. Yeah, resin is... It's brittle. And it does warp somewhat easly, especially if you like order it from overseas. Because yeah, if it gets blasted with heat, it's going to warp. This case is warped a little bit along one of the edges. But I think once it's all screwed together, it should, hopefully, not be too noticeable. Because if I put pressure on it, I can get it to look normal. And so hopefully the screws will be enough pressure. But we'll see. Post is working on both DS and PSP consoleizers. Oh, that makes sense. I know I've seen Game Boy consoleizers, I think GBA, and I've heard about his DS stuff. I didn't know about the PSP though. That's interesting. Am I wrong, or does the PSP just have like cables that you can use to output its video to a TV? Or maybe I'm thinking of the Vita? Would FDM be better for a case than resin? Stability-wise, yes. FDM is a lot harder to warp, generally. Especially if you do, like, PET as your material. But it doesn't look nearly as good. I've got an FDM Ashida case somewhere. If I can think of where it is, I'll show it off. And, show the difference. If you put a lot of time into like sanding and painting, you could get an FDM case to look really good. But just fresh off the printer, it looks fine. There's some pretty visible like print lines and such. But it's going to be cheaper. And Wesk did a really good job of like posting like the orientation you want to print the parts in and fiddling with the settings for like Prusa printers. So it's pretty easy to get a nice quality print out of it, even though it is a really complicated shape. Earlier PSP models. Oh, okay, that makes sense. On PSP and PS Vita models. I'm trying to think where I was watching a video recently where it talked about video out on a PSP or a PS Vita. Okay, so now we're gonna just install these 4 wires. And be careful to not touch the soldering iron to any resin parts. Yeah, Vita hacking seems really interesting. I just don't know if there's anything I could use a Vita for. That I don't have another device that can't like play its games or anything. Because I remember I had a coworker a while back that had a PS Vita. And it was pretty cool. But this was back in like 2018? 2017? And so I think the Switch had like just come out. And it was still pretty nifty. I think he was playing Binding of Isaac on it. But if I wanted a device to play Binding of Isaac on nowadays, I'd probably just use like a Switch or a Steam Deck. You wish PS1 emulation was better on the Vita? You can't utilize both sticks? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense, but that is a bummer. I had a PSP that I used for a little while. It was a PS1 emulator because I wanted to play Final Fantasy VIII on it. And then I ended up not really liking Final Fantasy VIII. So I've got it lying around. I took it to MGC last year as a joke and put it next to all the other portable Wiis. And the funny thing is that more people picked it up and played it than the portable Wiis. I think maybe because they recognized what it was, or they weren't worried they would break it or whatnot. But that was a fun gimmick. I think next year I'll bring a Steam Deck and call it the Nintendo Switch Pro or something. Put it next to all my portables. Assuming I can make it to MGC. I couldn't go this year because my finals were the same weekend as MGC. Which was a bummer, but there's always next year, I hope. Yeah, probably least scared of breaking that one. That was my theory too. Although surprisingly, I don't think anyone has ever, like, broken a portable at MGC. Well, I guess it's not too surprising, but there's never been a dropping incident or a theft incident or it blows up in someone's hands incident. Portables have, like, broken at MGC, but it's usually, like, a button breaks or the batteries get too low in it or something. But never anything too bad. Okay, tuning these wires is a little bit scary. I think I might be able to go to MGC 2024. I really want to get there at some point. Yeah, it'd be fun to have you. It's a pretty fun time. I think if you're more interested in retro game stuff, then it's really cool. I just go because that's where all the portabilizing people are. I'm not a big arcade or old consoles kind of guy. There we go. Explosive incident? I don't think there's ever really been an incident of a portable exploding. You'd have to try really hard to make it happen, especially nowadays, since we have a pretty good understanding of, like, battery safety controls. And there are lots of cheap, easy to use boards that'll protect your batteries and such. So there's really not much more risk than, like, your phone or something exploding, assuming your portable was built right. Ashida lets you output to the TV, right? Not natively, no. There's no video outputs on most portables. Mostly just because it's kind of a hassle to do. Although a future build of mine might have it. I don't know which one. But do I have the board near me? Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this is something I did last week. So this is a GC video module. I think it's sold by Electron Shepherd. And so all you have to do is wire like to a bunch of vias on the other side of the board, and then you can get HDMI out. And it's still possible to have HDMI out while keeping analog video out, so composite, component, and whatnot. So this would be a really handy board for a portable. It's just, it's not a ton of work to wire up, but it's just enough, and this board takes up a lot of space that I don't really want to implement like it on many portables, but maybe I'll have a design in the future that it would be nice for, because the HDMI output on this looks really, really good. Oh yeah, the thing you're thinking of is just you connect the portable to a second Wii, and then you're able to access all your, like, games and saves and stuff. It's the next closest thing to video out. Okay. So that's the C stick all installed. Very nice. Okay, we'll go ahead and install the triggers real quick while I'm here. I think I'm going to go ahead and just super glue this guy down. I don't think that could come back to bite me too badly. Alright, Nuggets, thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your day. So I'm just gonna... Oh, whoops. We're just gonna cheat and put on a little bit of super glue so that these don't wiggle as much. The new version chargers to the Vias and is super slim. Yeah, I saw that when I was looking for pinouts on how to install it. That one's probably even easier to assemble since it's got a flex board for the HDMI output. And as long as you're comfortable with installing like the NAND boards, the soldering shouldn't be as long on that. Might be a little bit harder, but it should be shorter overall if you can nail the Vias first try. I've also got a USB to micro SD thing from Electron Shepherd that I need to try and see if it's compatible with RV Loader. Because that'll be a nice option for like a low profile USB thing in the future to replace the Kingston drives, since those are mostly a thing of the past at this point. Okay. Skent claims it's RV Loader compatible? Okay. Then it probably is. So I'd imagine he'd probably get flamed if it wasn't. And he did claim that. I think I'm using a Kingston adapter for this build though, because I'm all out of the SanDisk drives. I don't really want to waste a Kingston on this guy, but that's all I've got at the moment, so if I really care, then I'll swap it out. I think I have a Kingston drive arriving on like Monday or Tuesday, but I really wanted to do the stream this weekend. There we go. Okay, so I think that's everything over here all soldered. So now we need to install everything over here. So we'll drop in the D-pad. Yeah, the Kingston drives, they were a bit jank sometimes, but I think those are my favorite thing we've used in portables. They're just so thin. Like, those were perfect for the Wii Boy color, because I was able to just like slide it in there underneath everything else, but the government took the Kingston drives away from us. Never forgive them. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't know what this gunk is on the other side of this. Alright, there we go. We got our nice main stick. I don't think there's anything else I need to worry about installing right now. This one just slides into place. I guess no screw posts? There's probably some magic that makes this all fit together. But it is odd not seeing screw posts in place. Someday we'll get a Wii Portable that supports DS connectivity. Were there games that you could connect a DS through? to a Wii? Although I'd imagine if there were, they would probably just connect over Wi-Fi? Is that how they connected to each other? Because I don't know if the DS has Bluetooth. Yeah, they just utilized Wi-Fi? Oh, okay. Well then, making that compatible with a Wii wouldn't be too hard. You just have to relocate the Wi-Fi module, which is probably the hardest relocation to do on a portable Wii, but it's not that hard. Yeah, most portables don't have the Wi-Fi module, but that's just because it's usually not worth the effort. I did it once though, and it wasn't as scary as it's often made out to be. It's definitely not I wouldn't recommend it for someone building their first like ever portable Wii, because it's definitely tricky, but it is not some godly challenge only kings could conquer. It's just annoying. And if you mess it up, then in the old days, your portable Wii would be dead in the water. Nowadays, it's not quite as thing. What driver board are you using? I got the updated one from 4-layer. Yeah, so I'm using the old one that used to always come with the 4-layer tech boards. I don't remember how different the blue ones are. I know there's a fair number of changes with them, but I'm not too up to date on how to use those. Yeah, feel free to ask any resident casting questions. I enjoy doing that. The Pokemon Typing DS game had built-in Bluetooth for the keyboard. Oh, wasn't it the cartridge that had Bluetooth built in? I feel like I remember seeing something about that, where the DS itself doesn't have Bluetooth, but the game cartridge did. How feasible would it be to make GameCube buttons that are similar in style to the Wii Remote A button, where it's clear top half, white underneath? That's pretty reasonable to do. So generally the technique for that is you pour in half of your resin, and then you put in like a decal or like a piece of special paper with like the logo you want on it, and then you pour in the other half of your resin. And so that's how you can accomplish looks like that. I'm not super familiar with what kind of paper you're supposed to use. I think you have to use ones that won't like melt or like flake away with the resin. But I've seen it done plenty of times before, so I can't imagine it's too terribly difficult. Are these top or bottom side oriented connectors? I assume bottom, because that's what most are by default. And I can't really think of a reason why you'd want to use top ones in this. There we go. My dream of a true Wii themed portable could be real. Nunchuck stick caps. Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard at all. It's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's something I might do myself one day, but that'll be whenever I'm feeling ready to build white portables again, because I've built a lot of white portables, and that is like the last color I want to use right now. But it does look good. I will give it that. Aesthetically, not shape. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, if you're looking for this particular display board, I would check by display. They probably still have them. Maybe eBay? eBay used to sell like TFT versions of this screen with this same driver board, although I don't know if you can buy the driver board separately from the screen on eBay. You definitely could on buy display though. Assuming they still have the green boards. I don't know if they do. Okay, let's route these last couple trigger points real quick. Yes, so back when the Ashida was first released, you could only do TFT displays. But in the last year and a half, IPS versions of the screen have come out. And they look very, very good. I definitely couldn't go back to TFT after using them. So that's a cool addition to any 5-inch screen using portables. I just wish the 4x3 5-inch screens had IPS. Because those ones are still TFT, and those ones still look rough. Who sold out? By display or 4-layer tech? By display? Yeah, I guess it's not too surprising. I don't know if the green ones have anything special that the blue ones don't, though. Is there a reason you want a green one? Unless you're talking about something other than the driver board, I might have missed something. Okay. I think we've just about done everything we can. Oh, whoops, I just super glued my finger to the trigger board. On the front side, we'll have to do a little bit of wiring on this thing later, but most of those are going to come back on the back side. Less connectors to take off? Well, not at all, and it won't rip off pads and kill it. I guess maybe. I don't really know if it's any easier to remove the connectors. I've never had issues with that. But lots of Origami King music today? I guess so. I have it on shuffle, so it should be random, but oh, YouTube might also be doing the thing where it loops through the same 4 or 5 songs. I might need to check on that. Okay. So now we're going to start working on the back half, which should be, it's going to have a lot more wires, but we'll see how long it takes. I'm curious to see. I don't really know what the exact proper order is for everything, but so I know the cooling setup can definitely be done early on. I don't know if it really matters which way the fan goes in. So I'm going to put it in this way so that the sticker is facing into the portable. That blue is so good. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. Okay, I am sponsored by them, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think every single like translucent, transparent case I've seen from PCBWay has looked pretty stellar. They do warp though. That's the one gripe with them. But looks-wise, it is very nice. There's a surprising lack of YouTube videos on the Ashida. Yeah, Wesk put out his like teaser / loose assembly video that I played earlier. I believe, well, okay, someone was working on an Ashida video. I don't know if they still are or not. Like on a more like, this is the Ashida build, this is how it works, this is why it's cool, this is where you can buy the stuff. But I haven't heard from them in a while. I'm not sure what video projects they might have in the pipeline. So that might come out at some point. I'd also like to do a YouTube video, maybe in the near future, where I just build a bunch of other people's portable Wiis and then just like briefly go, this is the Ashida. this is a cool portable Wii. It's shaped like a GameCube controller. It's pretty easy to build. Here are the cool things about it. And then just kind of do that with a bunch of different portables. Because I've got a lot that I've acquired all the parts for over the years and just need to put together. So that would feature an Ashida in it, almost certainly. Because that's definitely one I'd want to show off. But yeah, there hasn't been a big YouTube video about the Ashida. I want to try some of those JLC SOS cases. Yeah, I saw Crazy Gadgets photos. Those do look clean. Also super cheap too. That's crazy. Yeah, so the Ashida uses 2 heat sinks and a blower fan, which is definitely different from most portable Wii setups, but I mean, you can't knock good cooling. Although I am having issues fitting both heat sinks in. Oh, I'm hoping I'm not scraping up the shell. Oh no. Alright, there we go. I'll round up all the accessibly publicly available portables to be sick. Yes, that's essentially what I'm thinking of. Although I would probably throw in... I've got the Wii X that Spencer gave me a long time ago that I still need to put together. And I've got a Wii Vision to put together. And those technically aren't open source. Well, the Wii X isn't open source at all. And G-Man occasionally gives out the Wii Vision files. But that's why I would check with people to make sure they're okay with me, like, showing off their designs and whatnot. But yeah, okay. So that's the cooling setup in place. I think we can do the triggers real quick, because those don't connect to anything else. Oh crap, I took off those 2 thermal pads on the heatsink. That's not the end of the world. You could probably get away with using thermal paste or thermal pads, just replacement ones. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. On some of my portables, I do take off the thermal pads and use my own heat sinks, but that's not really necessary most of the time. Wii X, Wii Vision, I'll show those off. If you remind me, I'll show those off later when there's a lull. But those are two pretty cool portables. Okay, this is the left trigger. I found a shank vision on the Wii Vision, but can't find anything on the Wii X. Save a fake Wii U leak. Yes, so the Wii Vision... Oh wait, this one has to... Hang on. I'm slowly figuring out how these trigger assemblies go together. So the Wii Vision was a G-Man Shank collab to a certain degree. Might have been mostly G-Man. I'm not sure. They both did a video on it though. And so yeah, there's lots of stuff out there about the Wii Vision. The Wii X... So there was a modder a few years back named Spencer. Very cool guy. I talked to him a few times. He built a bunch of different portable Wiis. He was very good at getting clean 3D prints. Like maybe better than anyone else I've ever seen. And he built some really cool portables over the years. And then a few years back, he was moving on from portableizing. He was just busy with life. He had other things he wanted to pursue. And so he put up for sale a bunch of like his half-finished projects. And I just so happened to live in the same town as him. We were both going to the same college for a brief period of time. We actually had the same class. And I didn't realize it until the teacher called out his name and I recognized it when they were passing back papers. And so I bought a bunch of his old portable stuff off of him, and I bought the Wii X off of him. So it's a portable case that he put a bunch of time and effort into. It's all printed, it's all painted, it looks really nice. It just needs to be put together, which is a little bit tricky because I don't know exactly what he designed it for or like what parts he was going to use or whatnot. So I'll need to spend some time probably tweaking the design a bit, maybe making some weird mounting boards so that it's usable. But that's a portable I'd like to put together so that it can just be done. Because I've had the case for like 3 years at this point. Just kind of sitting around waiting. It'll be used someday. Wait, I remember that guy? Yeah. Spencer Richardson was his name on the forums. You could probably find his YouTube videos too. Dark Delfino? Yes. That's, I think the Wii X is like a slightly updated version of it. Here, I'll go grab it now real quick. Yeah, so this is, I think it's like an updated version of his Dark Delfino. It's very dusty. It's been sitting on shelves for a while. But it's got this really cool, like, back shape to it. And so, this will be a really cool project to put together. It's very comfortable in the hands. Like, one of the most comfortable, if not the most comfortable. Well, the Ashida might be the most comfortable. But for a 3D printed rectangle-y case, this one may be the best one there is. Yeah, it's pretty small. It's about the same size as a Louis. Probably thinner thickness overall, because of how it's designed. But some of the screw posts in it, I don't know what they're for. And the insides are a little bit of a mess. He was a bit more of a hot glue guy over a screw post guy sometimes. But it's a very cool portable. So I'd like to put it together and have it actually working. At some point. I need to figure out how to do more organic geometry like that. Yeah, Spencer was really good at it. So, yeah, that's one of my many cool portables that I will build someday, I hope. Okay. So that's all the non-wiring stuff installed. I think we want to do everything that's going to involve going underneath this, which might just be the batteries. Let's see, MP3 you built an Ashida. Was there anything else that you routed underneath this like weird heatsink hole? Because I can't really think of anything other than the batteries that would be important. Just the batteries? Okay, cool. I wonder why in Shock Slayer's Wave Rider build it used a trim GC+. That's because the Wave Rider was pushing everything about portabilizing to the limit at the time. So, trimming a GC Plus is a very extreme measure that I've never seen another portable that needed to do it, but the Wave Rider needed it. These clips are very tight. Yeah. Doing a Wave Rider type build would, I feel like it would be easier nowadays since we have like WESC scans and such. So you could 3D print a case and not have to rely on Franken casing and no screw posts. But yeah, the Wave Rider is a very unique, special portable. A while ago I started like my own copy of it to a certain degree. It was going to be the Waluigi 2.0, and I'll definitely go back to it in the future. But I was trying to model the GameCube controller by hand, like just an inventor, and I did an alright job of it. But doing one-to-one is just so hard without a scan. Yes, the Wave Rider did unfortunately melt, because that was before we had good thermistor and protection setups in portables. Unfortunately. The Wave Rider is almost 5 years old. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, isn't it? I opened up the Waker of the Weaned the other day, and it said Bit Built 2018 Summer Building Contest on some of the boards, and I was like, oh, wow. I built this thing in 2018, huh? Okay, it's just looping through the same 5 songs. Hang on. Okay, these battery tabs are very tight. I think I'm gonna break the resin part. Can I like bend it out a bit or something? Not really. Come on. Something's gonna break here. Oh, okay. Maybe not. Oh yeah, you can't even tell. Okay. Those battery clips are very tight. That's better than being very loose. It's wild to think that a Wii U is technically a portable console and you just need a car battery. I mean, that's true for any console. But the Wii U, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Wii U portable someday. I definitely think it'll happen eventually. I mean, seeing what Milo Maker's been doing on the Xbox 360, he's getting that thing pretty close to being portableizable, or whatever the cleaner term would be. Well, more so in the Wii U's case because it has the gamepad. Oh, that's a good point. I guess it's true that it's the only console with like a controller that is the entire console essentially. Oh, there we go. I think that's in all the way. Okay, and then we'll get the other two. Oh, wait, I have this whole lighting setup and I'm not using any of it. One sec. Thank you. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, there we go. That should be a bit brighter now. We're probably never going to get a smaller GameCube trim. Well, I think the GameCube trim was already pushed to its smallest, basically. And the Wii is, I mean, just the standard Wii trim is already smaller than a trimmed GameCube. So, there's not really any point in investing time in it. Yeah, I have considered, someone recommended it to me, doing like a Wii U gamepad that's like slim and sleek. I think that'd be a fun project, and I could definitely incorporate like USB-C charging into that. Personally, I don't really have any gripes with the Wii U gamepad's like form factor. I think it was a pretty solid controller overall. Put a lot of Mario Maker hours onto it, so maybe I just got used to it. But it'd be cool to put some real modern research into GC trimming. I don't know if anyone's going to do it, but I suppose it would be cool in the same way that a GameCube portable is cool. Somewhat novel. But probably not terribly practical. Why are you doing this with the battery clips? So the battery clips need to like slot into place, and it's just a very tight fit, and I don't want to like send my pliers crashing into like the side of the case and break anything. So I'm trying to just carefully wiggle them into place. Ooh. While applying a lot of pressure. Oh, this one is particularly thin. I think this part of the case is like one of the warning flags you get when you put an Ashida case through like PCBWay's thing and whatnot. And I can see why. Because these did not turn out properly. But I think it's fine. Realistically. The gamepad is so comfy, it's a really great controller. Yeah. It definitely has a reputation for not being that though. I think that's mostly from people who just looked at it and never used it. Which, I mean, that's kind of a... It's definitely not the most unreasonable judgment of a book by its cover. But I would agree that the gamepad is pretty good. A modern GC port will be a great meme. I mean, somebody already did it, though. It was the Russian guy. I don't remember his name. But there was a Russian guy who came onto the forums and was like, hey guys, I made a custom PCB for the GameCube motherboard. And then he just made like one of the craziest portables ever. And it just happens to be... Oh, it doesn't have a battery? That's right. It was one of those power battery bank only things. But still, I imagine you apply what he did there and then just make it a little bit bigger so it fits a battery in, and I think that's pretty much what you end up with. Man, I wish that guy would do a Wii portable, though. Yeah, that dude is crazy. He just kind of I remember he appeared one day back in like 2017, and he was like, "Hey guys, I'm building a GameCube portable." And everyone was like, "Oh, that's a bad idea, man. You shouldn't do it." And then he was like, "I have already done it. Here is what it looks like." And it was just miles beyond what anyone else was doing at the time. Okay, this last clip is something. Ooh. Okay, I didn't damage an important part of the case, thankfully. I just rammed it into this rail here, so it shouldn't even be visible from the outside. Hang on, let me try bending this out a little bit. I think that's a little bit looser, maybe. Oh, okay, that's part of the reason why it wasn't sliding in nicely. The two pieces of resin here have like fused together slightly. Okay. Hey there, the Dawn. Are these shells for sale, or is this one of one? So if you want to buy this shell, PCBWay does 3D printing services, and this is one of the types of cases they offer. So this is their translucent resin, and then it's dyed blue. So that's how you get this sort of effect on a portable. And then this case itself, UTR 8100 translucent. Yes, that's the technical word for it on their site. And then if you want the case files to order from them, just look up Ashida, and then ASHIDA, and then it should come up on Google or YouTube or something, and you'll get linked back to like Wesk's thread on it. Yeah, it doesn't look 3D printed. It's partially because it's a resin print, and then partially because it's a really nice resin print. But yeah. Yeah, that GameCube Portable is kind of like what that guy did with the Saturn. The Saturn project is just goofy. But I do like it a lot. Alright, and then most of the buttons I used, or I tried to make for the portable, didn't really turn out, but I am going to use these two buttons right here, just because they're the only ones I have on hand. And they actually, oh, that's almost a perfect one-to-one color match for this part of the show. So I will take it. I wish I had the need for one, but I have a Steam Deck. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. If you're not super particular about your emulation versus modern hardware stuff, the Steam Deck it's very nice. I've been pretty happy with mine. Found out a while ago he's the same guy that wired a PSIO into a PS1. I don't know, he must just he's just the wires guy. But he makes cool stuff, so I can't fault him too much. EMU Deck works crazy great. Yeah, it's really easy to set up. You run one program, and then you just drop your ROMs and your saves and whatnot into specified folders, and there you go. Alright, hopefully I'm not putting this board in out of order. But I can't imagine what would go underneath it, so... There we go. Buttons work great. Switch is usable. Potentiometer is good. Okay. Yeah, the people running that are doing a really good job. I think other people are working on bringing it to like other PC handhelds like the Steam Deck. So that way it'll be more of a universal tool than just on Steam Deck. But yeah, that was probably the easiest time I've had installing emulators on anything. Okay. Let me go ahead and connect the battery clips real quick, because those wires need to run under a bunch of things. I need red wires and black wires. There we go. Steam Deck should be a benchmark for handheld gaming PCs moving forward. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption. I've been interested in handheld PCs for a while, but the Steam Deck seemed like the most, clean? I think is the word I would use. The most, put together, easy to understand out of, all of the handhelds I'd seen. So I bought one, and I've been happy with it. Let's see, I'm just going to use really long wires for now. I'll cut them down later if I need to. We'll have the bottom wire be the ground wire. Kind of makes me wish there was a tool like that for Windows. I'm kind of surprised there isn't one. It would make sense if there was. But what I want to do is there's a way to like sync up your emulators between like the Steam Deck and your PC and then just run all of your games and saves through Steam. And I would love to figure out how to do that because that sounds really convenient. Although I don't really emulate many games on my PC all that often, so I don't know if it's something I really need or something that'd just be cool. I think the main thing in the hardware and software coming from the same spot, yeah, that definitely helps. Oh, I didn't even think about controller stuff. But yeah, controller stuff that is often not fun. Well, the Steam Deck does a really good job with it. Okay. There's battery plus wire. That huge ground. One small concern I have is that the PMS light I'm using in this build is one that I broke while I was working on my last portable, and I'm pretty sure I fixed it properly. But there's a chance that I may have only temporarily fixed it, and I might have to use a different one. Which would be a slight problem because I don't have any PMS lights on hand. I do have PMS 2s though, but I don't really want to use one on this build because I only have a couple left. And I'd like to save those for big projects that'll actually like utilize their full potential. But I may have to resort to desperate measures if it comes to that. Yeah, controllers on Windows are definitely somewhat jank. It's especially worse for me because I used to use a Nintendo Switch Pro controller on just about everything, like all my Steam games and such. And the Switch Pro controller is something when it's running through DirectX or whatever it is Windows uses, and is not something good. But I got a PS5 recently, so I've been using my PS5 controller more. And it's a fair amount more consistent on how it works with things. But okay. So this wire. Oh, that's what these little trenches are for. Okay, on the battery things, let me zoom in. There are these little trenches right here, above and below the battery slots. That's where you're supposed to run your wires. I got time. I'll fix it now. Well, that is handy. This one popped up a bit. The only thing keeping me to Windows is Valorant. I mean, you gotta install their Bitcoin miner to play their games, so I can see how that would restrict you to Windows. Ouch. Oh, yeah, okay. This battery clip has completely torn out the, like, little resin wall that was keeping it there, but that's okay. I think my YouTube might be boot looping again. Or not boot looping, just looping. So I'm pretty sure you've heard this song like 4 times today. Alright, ground wire. It's now routed underneath here, all nice and neat. Oh, this wire might not actually be long enough. Hang on, let me pull out all the slack I can. Okay, there we go. Oh no, that should be just enough length. So I'm gonna do a bit of a fun technique where I strip just part of this wire. This way, we can still use the same wire to connect the batteries back to the PMS, rather than having to wire 2 separate wires, which keeps things a little bit cleaner. And soldering 2 wires to 1 point is always a huge pain. So this just helps reduce the pain. There we go. Oh, man. Can't see what I'm doing. Hey there, it's LTO? So we tin the wire in the middle, which looks a bit odd. But once we install it, there we go. Now it's nice and clean. And then this wire will connect back to the PMS later on. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of how this wire looks. I like to keep things at 90-degree angles in transparent cases like this, but I can't really hold the wires in place without using like hot glue. I don't think seeing hot glue through the case is better than bent wires. So we'll live with it for now. Mark that spot with my knife. Hey there, Wesk. I'm building this dumb portable Wii thing. Terrible design. Wish I knew who built it. I'd make fun of them so hard.
This is $2, but I could be wrong. I'm not good at math.
Thank you for the $2, the Dawn. I hope that was the TTS you put. That sounds like one of the default ones, but I do appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your night. It's ugly. Yeah, I mean, look at it. The GameCube controller? No one likes the GameCube controller. Oh, one question I had for you. Actually, while you're here. On the front half, is this supposed to be a screw post? I couldn't figure out if it was or not, but I was able to wedge a screw in there. So, that holds down this board. And then, it seems like nothing really holds down this board. Unless there's a screw post I'm missing. It's just to help hold it in place. Alright, that makes sense. I assume everything is all nice and tight once it's closed up, because the triggers are going to lock into place. But screw post is on the other side, right next to the D-pad. Oh! Okay, I missed it. I thought this was one of those pieces that sticks up a little bit. But it is not. Okay. Let me go ahead and screw that in. Should have been designed to look like the N64 controller. That would make sense if it was an N64 portable, but GameCube controller makes more sense since this is a GameCube portable. Or GameCube / Wii portable, I guess. Would have looked way better? I don't know. I like the GameCube controller personally. Having the third handle sticking out of the bottom would be kind of funny though, if it was an N64 portable. Okay. It's one of those moments where the resin is being finicky and not taking the screw very easily. I think I got it now, though. Okay, this screw might be too long. Is this an 8mm one or a 6? Those are the 4mm screws. Where did the... Oh, here we go. Alright, I think I'll use a 6mm screw for this one. The 8mm one seems a bit too long. Alright, that is much better for the D-pad board. Oh, one other thing, Wesk. To get this board to fit, I had to like cut off the little lip that's right here. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do or not, but that's what I ended up doing, and I think the C-stick fits properly now. But I don't know if that's user error or not. Oh, Wavebird. Okay. So cutting that off was probably the right move. Is this personal Ashida or commission? This one's a commission. Because I need to fund some stupid stuff for my next video. And I've got someone who's bought a bunch of portables from me in the past, and they hit me up and wanted one of these. But definitely going to do a personal one at some point in the future. Because I need one of these for myself. Okay. Grinding for money, the story of life. That's how it goes. Where did solder go? So pound roll of solder. How did I lose it? Okay, actually though, where did it go? Oh, it fell on the ground. I do like these battery wells that you put in for the wires. I didn't notice those at first. But those are pretty clean. Go. Okay, that should be all we need. Battery side of things. Connect those later. Oh. Yeah, I guess it is important for the structure of the case. Okay, I think at this point we can put in the PMS. Which I need to desolder the PMS because I was using it to test Wii trims the other day. This is my current bootleg Wii trim tester. But it does the job. Okay. This board has a lot of flux residues on it, so I'm going to scrub those off real quick as best I can. Because this board is going to be visible through the outside of the case. Then while that dries out, do I have... here we go. We can work on getting the LED ready for install. Which I'll probably need to pull up the 4-layer tech diagram for, because I don't remember how this one goes. We can also install the thermistor on the Wii motherboard real quick. If I can figure out where I put the Wii motherboard. Here it is. Oh. Yeah, this is the one. So this is the Wii trim I did yesterday. I did it before the stream just because I've already done a bunch of Wii trims on stream before. And it just takes a bunch of time. So if you want to see me trim a Wii and get a feel for how that goes, you can check out a VOD of one of my old streams. Not all of them have it, but you should be able to find one that does. And then the MX chip relocation, that's usually the last thing I do. But usually at the end of my streams, I'm pretty tuckered out and ready to be done. So I opted to save myself a bit of time and just do it beforehand. Again, if you want to see how I do that, you can check out a VOD of a previous stream. That's something I do in, I think, all of them. That is the one and only Wesk. I am excited to see what she got on the way. That's connected. Let's think. The board's oriented like this, so the thermistor needs to come out this way. We'll do a green wire for it. Yeah, I put on the animation you did of the Ashida earlier, because I wasn't sure the order some boards went in, and it was very helpful for that. Okay. I think that's the only wire that absolutely has to be routed on this side of the board. But it might be worth doing other ones. We'll just see. Okay, PMS is dry, and that looks much better. Let's go ahead and mount it. Ah, okay, so that is your next project. Been working on that one for a while, so it better be cool. Although, I mean, if you're collabing with Yvettel Griffin, it's probably a surefire bet that it'll be pretty cool. Okay, so this board is oriented like this. Yes. Okay, we're just going to use some 4mm screws to lock this into place. The mobile Twitch app is not the finest mobile app in the world. I'll agree with you there. Okay, I guess I'll fit the LED in, right? Okay, yeah, I guess I'll get it in there. It sends so often while you're typing? That is an odd bug, but I believe anything's possible with the Twitch mobile app, except for a good user experience. Alright, so the PMS is where we're going to be doing a lot of our wiring, because this board connects to pretty much everything. We'll go ahead and just get the fan installed now, since these wires are hanging out and annoying me. And I'm going to assume that the red wire is fan positive and the black wire is fan negative. And if I'm wrong on that, then that's a big bummer. Those battery tabs are in an odd way. Shouldn't be an issue, but I've never seen them put in that way. Did I put them in wrong? I wouldn't be surprised. It was a real struggle to get them put in. How are you supposed to put them in? So I thought you were just supposed to like squeeze that little tab onto that super thin part. Flip them upside down. Oh. Yeah, that would explain why it was so hard. Alright, well, I'll leave them... Hang on, let me try putting in a battery. Let me make sure they fit. If they fit, I won't really worry about it. Yeah, I spent like 10 minutes struggling to fit them into place. I don't know, I don't think... No, okay, they're not going to fit. Okay, hang on. Alright, still definitely a tight fit. But that isn't nearly as bad as trying to put them in the other way was. Okay. Let me go ahead and flip those. Solder might have made them a little fatter. True. Oh, that is an ugly wire. Oh, okay, this one is... oh, ouch. Okay, I was hitting it with a soldering iron for like 10 seconds. Probably shouldn't be shocked that it's hot. No, I definitely put them in backwards, upside down. However you want to define it. I'm not sure why I was so convinced they were supposed to go in that way. Because I definitely said, I don't know if I'm doing this right, at least once or twice while I was installing them. Zoom out a bit. Alright, hopefully I can still get this one in. Ooh. Alright, I may have actually broken this tab holder beyond repair. Let's see if I can jank something together. Oh man, this is... Alright, really screwed this one up. The good news is that you... Ooh. Yeah, you can't really see it from the outside of the case. Ginger of hair. Yeah, shockingly my hair does block the camera. And I often forget that. I think the solder made... You know, I'm just going to use a fresh clip. I'm not going to mess with the solder on these right now. Okay. This battery clip is not going to fit in that hole anymore. So we are going to mod it. I'm a modder. This is what I do. I'm going to try and chop half of it off. Because I think if it's thinner, I'll be able to squeeze it in. But this does seem like a tough clip to chop through. Okay, I barely put a dent in it. Okay, I was able to bend it a bit. Yeah, that's what I'm attempting to do right now. I think it should just work. I can always heat up the resin a little bit if I need a tighter close on it. I don't know if flush cutters are going to be enough. I don't know what else I would use. Let's see. Okay, we're squeezing it. Okay, wait. Let me try... Aha! There we go. So now I have a nice, very jagged looking battery clip. Just need to cut this part off because it's still bent. I can just flatten it somehow? Hey there, AFE 1233. How's it going? No, if I would have just put the battery clips in the right way the first time, I wouldn't have to do any of this. My cat is meowing at me from under a blanket fort she's hiding in. Okay. Is that enough to bend it out now? Okay, I'm trying a new battery clip. Oh, man. Oh, that one's got solder on it. What time is it? 6:30? Okay, I will take a break for dinner at some point. Probably whenever my cat starts meowing at me for her dinner. Okay, this time I'm going to cut it where it's flat, so that there shouldn't be the weird bent edge along the side. Imagine having a PMS in 2022. They'll be back in stock soon, I think. I believe G-Man's estimate on the new PMS lights was November, which we're like, what, 3 days away from? Yeah. Okay. Let's try the old bending trick again. Come on, break already. There we go. All right. I hope it shouldn't be rare for much longer, but chip shortage makes everything a huge pain. There we go. After 10 minutes of struggling, let's see. Now does a battery fit in? Barely. But barely is what you want for battery holders. So I am not going to complain. Because if the answer is yes, but loosely, then that means your batteries are going to be bouncing around in your case, which is never a good sign. Alright. Now I need to get the battery out. Come on. Okay, I don't want to be putting pressure on the battery positive side. Alright, note to self. Don't put the batteries in until I'm really ready for them. Hey, there we go. Alright, that really chewed up the edges of the battery, but that's alright. Okay, I'll go ahead and resolder these clips down. Perfect. Okay, well, that's half of the battery clips fixed. But these ones should go quicker because I at least know the techniques. Okay. Loosen up the other wire real quick while I wait for that battery holder to cool. Okay, on these ones we didn't lose the wall like we did on this one, so they shouldn't be too bad. And that one's still toasty. What about this one? Okay, that one's cooled down. You know, I'm just going to use clean battery clips. I don't want to hurt my hands any more than I have to. Ouch. Ooh, okay. I need to find a better way to put these in, or else I'm going to poke holes in the side of the case. Oh, dang it. Probably gonna be the ugliest battery clips the world has ever seen, but if they're functional at the end of the day, then I'll live with it. Okay. Ah, okay. That doesn't... Doesn't look quite right, but I think it'll work well enough. Okay, let's reapply these wires and then get back to where we were before. That was a nice 20-minute detour to fix battery clips. That battery clip is toast. Or at least the holder for it is. Alright, well, hopefully the battery will hold it in place just fine, but if not, then we'll deal with that later. Okay. Now back to installing the fan. So the fan has dedicated pads on the PMS, one for fan plus and one for fan minus. So it's pretty easy to wire up. We're going to use red wire for positive, black wire for negative. So that's generally what any sane circuit will use. Red. Alright, there's the fan. What's next? PMS is going to need to be wired to pretty much everything in the end. Oh, let's do the LED. LED is a little bit weird. Let me pull up the 4-layer tech diagram for it. Four-layer tech. So their website has all the various diagrams and whatnot for the products they sell. Estimated ship time? Yeah, okay. So the new PMSs are expected to ship in November 2022. Okay, LED. So the leg next to the longest leg is ground. So I'm gonna bend all of these up. The Ashida has a fun way to install the LED. So I'll do my best to show that off. Alright. So I've bent the LED so that all 3 legs, except for ground, stick up into the air. Now we're gonna put it into place. And now we're gonna route, or we're gonna bend the LED 90 degrees this way. And then we're gonna bend it again 90 degrees this way. And now the ground pad lines up, or the ground leg lines up with the ground pad on the PMS. Let me zoom in so that's a little easier to see. So this pad right here on the PMS is ground. So now if we just cut the LED pin to length. Oops. Like so. When we solder the LED there, it'll stay firmly in place. Wish I'd known about this trick when I did mine. Use super glue instead. That works fine too. But this method is a little bit cleaner. And a little bit more fun, because I don't think there are any other portables. Maybe there are. But none that I know of where the LED is that close to one of the pads. Okay. And then I need... A is next to ground. And L plus is the long one. And then I'll leave the other leg. I won't cut it off entirely, but I'll cut off almost everything. Because some versions of the LED use it, I guess. Okay. I'm going to cut a couple 34 gauge magnet wires. I'll use red for A, and then green for L+. Although I'll be wiring up the LED immediately, so it's not super critical to keep them differentiated for later. Okay. Oh, actually, I can't have the LED leg sticking up too much, because that's where the USB-C board is going to go. Yeah, I need to trim L just a little bit. That should be fine. I'm just tinning the prongs of the LED to make attaching a wire to them a little bit easier. Okay. Come on. Ah! Hang on, let me clamp the LED down. Oh, what do you know? That makes it way easier. Okay. So I got all the wires I'm going to need for the LED. Any cool tips / tools for designing a case in Fusion 360? I don't know. Case design is just kind of a lot of iterative work. It takes a while. It's a long process most of the time. I use Inventor, so I'm not super familiar with like the specifics of Fusion 360. So I don't know if I have anything specific, but yeah, take your time. I think Fusion 360 is really good about letting you design sub-assemblies rather than trying to do one big thing at a time. So that's a handy tool that I'd recommend using. Okay. Okay. So the LED is effectively 3 wires, but we kind of cheated on one of them. So that should be all good. I think I'm going to start looking at this little board down here. So we've got button stuff. We have the signals for audio. We've got some voltage stuff. And we've got speakers. And another button. Rectangles, lots of rectangles. That's how CAD goes. Someone who had years of adventure experience saw the same in Fusion 360, except everything's in a different location to piss you off. Yeah, that's kind of... I tried to use Fusion for a little while, but I was like, I'm used to Adventure. This seems to be basically the same thing. I think Fusion has better like links to Eagle. Although you should probably use KiCad anyways. But yeah, it just wasn't worth the hassle of learning a whole new program for me. Okay. So let's run voltage wires real quick. I'm going to use 30 gauge wire for the voltages on this board. You could probably get away with 34 gauge, but This is the board that has the audio amp. That's really the only thing on here that uses power. But I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'm pretty sure I did yoink this one from your playlist, MP3. This is the soccer one. Okay, this wire... We use this one for 1.8 volts. There's only a single 1.8 volt pad. Okay, hang on. Let's use a long wire for 1.8 volts. And then we'll have this one just connect up to the Wii later on. I think Fusion is also better. Wesk had a really good technique for like importing drawings onto like 3D printed parts to do like that first layer artwork on FDM prints. And I think Fusion is better at that than Adventure. Because Adventure, I could only import like weird types of files and not like, I don't remember what the expected one was. Like, bitmap maybe? It might have been something else. But yeah, I do think Fusion has a few advantages. But not really enough for me to justify switching over. If I were to start from scratch and only learn one though, I think it would be Fusion. Okay. Nice thing is that Fusion 360 is free for college students. I think Inventor is too. Actually, I know Inventor is too, because I'm using the free version of it for students. I think I've been using it for like 6 years. I've been a student the whole time. But I am a little surprised that they haven't like cut me off at any point. Okay. So that's 1.8 volts. 3.3 volts. We'll use green 30 gauge wire. If you're not really familiar with any CAD program, I think Fusion 360 is a little bit easier to learn. And it's got the advantages we were talking about earlier, so I don't know if Inventor is necessarily worth learning over. Although Inventor is very similar to SolidWorks. Like, I was able to pick up SolidWorks really easily after using Inventor exclusively. So if you want to get familiar with something that's closer to SolidWorks, then Adventure might be better. But I don't know what I'm going to do when all my student discounts expire. Well, I guess there are 3 options. You don't use it anymore, you pay for it, or you put on an eye patch. Whichever's best for you. Pursue another degree. I don't know if that's the most cost-effective method, but that is a 4th option. Okay. Probably cheaper than all of the Autodesk software. Is it that expensive for licenses? I guess I've never looked. Oh, not in America? Okay, true. I guess if you live in a country where your college doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. And then just signing up to get another degree may not be a terrible play. Although I would kind of assume that countries have like some sort of safeguards against that. Or maybe not, I don't know. Okay, and then we need a ground wire. We'll use green 30 gauge again. Alright, and then there's a million different ground pads on the PMS. So it is pretty easy to pick one. I'm sure you're probably aware by now, but your Instagram story is WWE rather than WWW. Oh, does the link still work? Because I think I put custom text for the URL on it. Hang on, let me check that. Oh, it does say WWE. Am I able to edit it? Oh well. Well, people either figure it out or they'll miss out. Alright, thank you for letting me know though, Legend of Lame. I appreciate it. That's my bad. Alright, well that's why I don't have 10,000 viewers. It's the dang Instagram link. Licensing all of the Autodesk products for the duration of the student license would cost about 27 grand. Jeez. It's not like Adobe Suite where you pay like X amount a year and you get everything. On that note, your Instagram link also 404s. Yeah, if I know why that is. It's because I got the Ginger of Oz handle instead of the Ginger of Mods handle. Although it should 404. Because I set up a Ginger of Mods account that just links back to Ginger of Oz in case that would happen. I don't know. I gotta fix my links. I think my website has a couple broken ones too. It's all just a mess. Okay. So the voltages on this board are all connected. I think the speaker wires need to be pretty long. Let's see. I think I'm going to connect the halves over the... No, I was going to connect them bottom-wise. Could I flip it? If I go like this, then the VGA wires... Are they going to be long enough? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So that means speaker wire. I think I have twisted cable somewhere around here. Right? Did it fall on the ground? Oh, here it is. Oh, am I allowed to... Okay, quick wire twisting session. Nope, it's per program, and some of them are several thousand on their own. Ow. I guess you're right. Becoming a college student is cheaper than paying for the programs. Although I think the only Autodesk ones I really use are Inventor and Eagle. And I would much rather switch to KiCad than pay for Eagle, so... Okay, normally I'd use a drill to twist wire, but I don't really feel like busting out my drill right now. And it's 30 gauge wire, and how tight they are doesn't matter quite as much. So we're just gonna do it by hand. Okay, my cat sees that there's strings hanging off of the table. Oh. Okay, let's see. I think we twist this way. They're raising all of their prices to better reflect the unprecedented value of their software. That, yeah, every time Eagle crashes on me, I think of its unprecedented value, that's for sure. Or I think of how confusing it is to change the default units in Inventor from inches to millimeters. Do you not have a drill nearby? I mean I do. Just in a bag over there. I don't know, I thought since it was 30 gauge wire it would go faster. And now I've already committed, so... There you go, I'll give you cat cam. While I twit. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, you can play with that wire. You can't play with that wire. Yeah, that'd be a good Twitch clip. Dumping my soldering iron on my cat. She is a fan of magnet wire. She does have a knack for getting into anything that'll hurt her. She's got beautiful long fur, and I'm still getting used, because like in the past it's just been like, oh, I've got a heat sink with thermal paste on it, whatever, just leave it phase up on my desk, it doesn't matter. But she always manages to get her fur stuck in anything, like shipping labels, like those little tabs that like come off of the bottom of Wii feet. So I have to be much more careful about what I leave lying around. Okay, no, MP3 is right. I'm bringing out the drill. It's taking too long. At some point, I just want to twist like 100 feet of wire and put it on a spool. That's essentially what I did when I was building all those Wii boys. I spent hours just twisting wire with a drill, and it was not as miserable as using all that wire was, but it was something. I don't really even know if you need to twist speaker wire. Alright, give me a sec. I'll get these twisted. Alright, that should be good enough. What do you know? I twisted that wire by hand in record time. That should be a little bit more than what I need. How's this gonna go on? Oh, okay, this still needs to be pretty long. Go up and over. Whatever else, got this wire in half. Work out the exact details later. Fun fact, that's also how you make yo-yo string. Huh. I guess I never really considered the string on a yo-yo before. Is it just like other like strands of twisted string? And I guess that's what string is, but what's the purpose of twisting it like magnet wire? Okay, I'm taking away your string. What? Oh. Well, to get the loop at the end around the yo-yo, it's made out of nylon thread, or poly or cotton for fixed axle. I'm not much of a yo-yoer. I remember in like 3rd grade, we had this like master yo-yo guy come through, and everyone was really excited about yo-yos for a couple weeks. I don't think I ever learned much more other than how to make it go down and come back up. Then you just fold it onto itself and it creates the loop that you put on the yo-yo. Huh. I don't really see how that works in my head, but I imagine that's... You probably know more about yo-yos than me. Is that a universal experience? My school also had a master yo-yo guy? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe that's like... You have to learn math, you have to learn how to read at a 5th grade level, and you gotta have a visit from the master yo-yo man. We had a few of those guys come through. I know there was a guy who did jump roping really well. I don't remember if there were others. We had a couple authors come through, but that's a little bit more education based. But I don't know. Maybe Yo-Yo Man is a more common experience than I would have thought. Dazzlin' Dave? Wait, is that a real person? Hang on, let me look up Dazzlin' Dave. I don't really remember what he looked like. Dazzlin' Dave. Maybe? Hang on, let me look up the name of my elementary school. maybe not. There's no article about him coming by. But I might have been him. But I don't know. And it's funny though, if your job is to like tour the country and visit elementary schools. I grew up in Oregon. So if he's usually in the Oregon area, then that might be him. He's been doing it since the 90s. Well, that's one way to make a living. I think the equivalent to that nowadays is starting a yo-yo YouTube channel. Oh, you got Steve. Do you just know all of the traveling yo-yo experts? Alright. That's speaker wires in place. Steve Brown used to be on Duncan. He invented freehand play where you use a counterweight instead of putting it on your finger. Alright, let me look up Steve Brown, followed by the name of my elementary school. I do remember him doing fun spinny things. Nothing jumps out. I feel like it was, maybe the jump rope guy got in the newspaper, but the yo-yo guy didn't. I don't know. Maybe there was no yo-yo guy and I'm making this all up. No, there definitely was a yo-yo guy. Because I remember we got like crummy yo-yos from it that weren't particularly high quality. But they worked. Okay, speaker wires. Let's see, I'll run a wire for the start button while we're over here. Let's use red 34 gauge wire. He's moved on from yo-yos to doing table reviews, huh? Unless it's different, Dazzle and Dave. Which is a possibility. There are multiple Ginger of Oz's out there, I've learned recently. There's someone who has the Ginger of Oz handle on TikTok. And I reached out to see if I could get it from them, but they never responded. So, I mean, that's alright. It's theirs. There was a Ginger of Oz that did something they shouldn't have and got the handle banned on Twitter. And then I think Wes ran into a Ginger of Oz on some space game on Australian servers. So there's a few of us out there. And I'm wondering if any of them were inspired by me, Star Citizen, that's what it was. Or if we all came to the same name independently somehow. Because I have never really seen of Oz names out there before. I feel like I would notice them if I saw them. But I don't know. Maybe it is more common. Oh, it is the same guy? Okay, okay. Well, that's cool. I'm curious to see how you route the wires between PMS, PD, Wii, because I think I did mine in a super weird order. The order is a little bit tricky sometimes. I'm trying to think ahead, but I might have some oddness to my order too. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Connect. Hang on, let's see. Is this ground? No, it's not. Okay. Is this ground? No. Wait, this is ground. Is this one ground? Oh. Wait, okay, that's button is the powered button. Is this one connected to 3.3 volts? How much for it? This one already has a buyer, unfortunately. So this one isn't available for sale. Let's see, Wesk, is this button, is it locked? Is this switch already connected to 3.3 volts? Or am I able to use it for something else other than Bluetooth sync? It is? Okay. That's alright. There's no way to use screen... You don't have like a screen controls on here anywhere, do you? I don't. Okay. I think I will just cut the trace for it then. Because I think I want to use these two bottom buttons as menu controls. So that way you can at least run auto config. Because that's important on the VGA version of the screen. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're doing direct drive, then it doesn't really matter. Try to make a modding Instagram. Your account got permanently suspended the minute you signed up. Wow, you were posting spicy takes that quickly, huh? That's weird. I don't think I've ever heard of someone's account getting banned immediately like that. Maybe there are dangerous ways to mod MP3 players. Okay, let's see. Pretty sure this pin is 3.3 volts. So what I'm doing now is I'm just putting a cut in this trace to sever the connection, so that I can wire this switch up to ground instead. Let's see if I got it. Okay, that should be nice and thoroughly sliced. Well, I've got this board upside down like this. Let me find a nice ground pad. That's a nice ground pad, I think. Yes, it is. Okay. How do you learn to mod consoles like this? Read a lot. Yeah, reading like the forums and the build logs and all that is an important part of learning how to do this. I mean, at this point, most portables aren't much more, or like most Wii portables, like this one aren't much more than like reading diagrams and connecting A to A, B to B, C to C. So getting familiar with what diagrams look like and how to understand them properly is a big part of it. And then learning how to solder well is like the big must-have skill for building portables. And that's where most people get hung up on it. And oftentimes just kind of because they try to rush the soldering parts of it, or they try to learn as they go through portables, which, while it's not impossible, it's certainly not the best way to learn. So, Spectre of Claws. Did you design this case? It would be funny if I claimed credit for it, as that person is in the chat, but no, it was designed by Wesk. This is the Ashida, and it is a very cool project. I've been wanting to build one for a while, and I'll probably build another one in the future. And I'll definitely want to do another video, or another stream for it, since I blundered some parts of this build pretty badly. It's definitely not going to be the best reference guide for people who want to watch a video to try and help understand some parts of it better. Okay, so that switch now goes to ground. Oh, okay, this thing broke completely. Ag. Oh, button fell out. There we go. Okay, now I just gotta screw this board back into place. Someone's dog is going crazy. Yeah, it's the upstairs neighbor. They've got a dog that barks a lot. If he keeps barking, I can go yell at him and he'll shut up. But when no one's home, he is a bit loud. Looks super smooth, so I assume it's not 3D printed. It is 3D printed, but it's 3D printed through resin casting. Or, sorry, it's through resin printing, not resin casting. There's a difference. But it's basically printed in completely clear, and then it's dyed. So this case comes from PCBWay, and it is an expensive process to have done. Probably not worth the money unless you really like the color. But it does look very nice. And yes, it definitely doesn't look like it's 3D printed compared to like FDM prints. Alright, now we're back to where we were. So this pad right here goes to the power button. We'll just use a green wire for it, because why not? Alright, and now I gotta route this wire over to here. Which is tricky. Usually I'd route wires underneath these boards. but you'll be able to see the wires through the case, so I don't really want to do that right now. So I'm routing wires in ways that look uglier from the inside of the case, but better from outside the case. Okay, the songs are looping again. Okay. Button is in place. Now I want to solder wires for all the data lines. So it's sometimes important to shield the MC line. I think that's the clock line. And if that one has no shielding, then sometimes you'll get weird behavior out of the audio amp. The ISS music is great. It is great, but I'm pretty sure I've already heard it 2 or 3 times today. I'm going to listen to something else on my playlist of 200 plus songs that I have specifically so there's variety. But YouTube Shuffle is just a buggy mess for some reason. Okay, how long are these wires going to need to be? It needs to go up, around like that. Give myself this much slack. That's a problem because I think I answered that. Play jazz? I think it's playing jazz right now. I've got a fair amount of random jazz in the playlist. I don't think I'd want to play just a straight jazz playlist though, unless I'm sure it's not copywritten. Next year I'm sending you an ISS only playlist. Ah, it could be worse. Alright, the good news is I only need to shield 1 wire for audio. I think we're almost done fiddling with twisted wire. I'm going to need to mess with a set for USB data. And I'm going to need to solder the other side of the VGA lines. And that should be it. I have considered messing with like an audio splitter for Twitch, because there's a way you can split what audio like is streamed live and which ones go to the VOD. And so currently you can get away with playing copywritten music on Twitch if you have one of those, because there's not a whole lot of live detection on Twitch. But it means that there's like there would be no background audio in the VOD, which I mean I could just open up Premiere and throw in a 3-hour playlist and create music, and then there's always the risk of live takedowns happening right as soon as I start using the audio splitter. So not worth it for me right now. Trying to be careful. It might also have been easier to attach these wires before I screwed the board down. I think if I were to do this again in the future, I'd probably do that, just so that there's no risk of the soldering iron touching the walls of the case. But this is definitely doable. Okay, and then I'm going to use one red wire, one green wire, and one piece of 38 gauge orange wire. I don't like to use this orange wire very much because it's 38 gauge, and 38 gauge is... it's always a little bit more of a pain than 34 is. Like 34 is like that perfect sweet spot for Weavy is. 38 is just a bit too small. But it's usable. So in a spot like this, where I've got 3 wires that all need to run to almost the exact same spot, and I want to differentiate between them easily, I'll use it anyways. It's worth the hassle at that point. Oh, there you go. Back-to-back jazz songs. Okay. We will use a red wire for C. A green wire for D. And our weird orange wire for WS. Perfect. So that's all of the audio wiring done. I think I just need one more wire for the screen controls I'm going to put there. We'll do a quick green one. I'll do a really long green one so I don't have to worry about being too short. What's your favorite genre of music? I don't know. My household was very odd music-wise. My parents never really played like, what's the word? Like contemporary music? Is that the word? I grew up in a religious household, so it was a lot of church music and classical music. So I was loosely exposed to other music through, like friends and media and whatnot. But I am somewhat music illiterate, so my taste in music is probably not all that refined. Okay. I don't think there are any other points I can solder to on this board, so that's all good. What type of classical? Baroque? Romantic? I'm trying to think. I took a class about the different types of music. Not Baroque. It was like generally clean classical stuff. Or not even necessarily like classical, but like a lot of piano, violin, cello. My mom studied music, so she plays all sorts of instruments. So that's definitely part of it. I learned how to play the piano, although I stopped practicing when I was like 12, so I'm not good at it anymore. And then I learned the violin for a couple years. but I never really got all too good at that either. Do you plan on selling this portable? Seems too sick to sell. It is very nice. It already has a buyer lined up. I'm selling it because for my next video I've got some silly things that I'd like to fund. So selling a portable is my way of justifying those. But yeah, this one's already spoken for. Okay, what else do I need to connect to the PMS? Batteries. Oh, what is this board going to cover up? It's going to cover up 3.3 volts and 1 volt. The thermistor point. Oh, thermistor points. That'll be a bit of a pain. Well, I can probably still hit it. It's exposed enough. Okay. I think my next move is to work on prepping the wires for the USB-C board. So first, I'm going to run a big wire for 3.3 volts. I've got a box. Oh, is this 22 gauge? Here we go. We'll use this for 3.3 volts. I'm a little confused by the design so far. Where will the CDs go, or will the games come preloaded? Second guess is closer. So Wii's are really nice because they're very easy to mod, and they can be modded to run games off of a USB drive, which is a lot smaller than a disk drive, uses a lot less power than a disk drive. There's a whole lot less clunkiness when you use USB. And then you're able to load up the games yourself. So this board right here, actually I can plug it in right now. Where is it? Yeah, I've got a USB stick somewhere that I'll need to find. Oh, it's plugged into the computer. That was me, sorry. So this plugs into here. Hang on, let me shift things back over so the camera's in view. And then through this USB-C port, you're able to access this USB drive, and so you can load up games or saves or homebrew softwares, whatever you want. And that's why you don't need a disk drive in portable Wiis. I know some people really like disk drives for one reason or another. I could see myself including a disk drive in a portable as a joke, but never for any sort of utility. It's just not worth the hassle. Where'd that green wire go? Oh, here it is. As a joke. Well, that's the beauty of YouTube content. I can spend 10 hours doing something stupid and call it content. I think the one project I might do it in is I kind of want to do just like a giant portable Wii that's like shaped like a small one. Like just massive. And then put like a big old screen in it, and then that one can have a disk drive in it because space isn't a problem. And then I think I'd want to do like a tiny portable to go along with it that's like shaped in the same way, but like 10 times smaller. But that's a future project of mine when I can figure out like what material I want to use for the big case. Hi. Okay, so for this is a different design for the USB-C board. I'm used to a different one. So I need ground charge, 3.3 volts, PW up. Okay. Let me tin all of those pads so I remember which ones. PW, up, charge, and ground. Be funny to do that from a including everything people comment about angle. That's actually not a bad idea. I'll keep that in mind. That's a good way to pitch the video. Thanks, Kinger Gamer. Fake Cube video was a lot of fun. I'll hopefully have a new one out either by the end of this month or the end of this year. We'll see. Depends on how bad school is. But okay. For up and PW, we'll use 34 gauge wire. Soon TM. Yeah, you know it. That's how it goes. The good news is that I am at least close to being done with school. I switched from doing a degree in electrical engineering to a degree in marketing. And so that set me back about a year, but I think winter of next year, I met with my advisor this year, and that's when I should graduate. So I'm still not fully decided on whether I'm going to try to do just like modding and YouTube full time, or if I'm going to go and get a real job. But either way, I'll either have more free time or, well, a job. Okay. I need my thick wires again. Nice. Planning on grad studies? Not currently. I'm at that point where I am sick and tired of school and rather do anything but school. And so signing up for another 2 years or so, while future me would probably appreciate it, I think future me is gonna have to suck it up and do it himself if he needs it. But especially if I'm still considering just doing YouTube full time, it doesn't really matter if I have a master's degree or not. But I do want to get the bachelor's for sure, because it's just that is a good thing to fall back on. If Susan Wojcicki bans me for being too cool. But you better be doing weekly uploads once you're out of school. I've thought about it, like how quickly, if I was doing nothing but YouTube, could I pump out a video? And I mean, it's tough because when most of my projects use like circuit boards or something along those lines, or like a case that I have to order, and that's like a 3-week wait, even once the design is done. And designing stuff takes a while. Like it is, I'm always like, oh yeah, I'll just crank out the design for this case in like 2 or 3 days. No big deal. And then it's like, oh, okay, it's been 2 weeks and I'm still iterating it. But I think in an ideal world, I'd be uploading every 2 to 3 months. And if I'm doing that, then probably not every video is a big modding video. I'd have to find something else to like also do on the channel that people will watch and not ask where the modding content is, but we'll see. Whether or not I go do YouTube full time kind of just depends on how well my next few videos go. If they do really well, then I'll probably commit to full time, and if not, then I'll resign myself to the rat race. Don't make my mistake and go back to school after you graduate the first time. I'd probably only go back for like a master's or something, but I think at this point I'm definitely not going to start another degree from scratch. I don't know if marketing is a perfect fit for me, but I don't really think there is anything that would be perfect for me. so I'm sticking with it. But I do enjoy marketing. It's an interesting topic. I like engineering, like portables and stuff. But like as a job, I was looking at like job opportunities, and it all looked. None of it made me go, oh yeah, that's what I want to do. But I like the concepts behind marketing. I used to practice not having a soul and part people from their money by deceiving them. And what could be more fun than that? What's my dream job? I don't really know. I think a part of me like wants it to be doing YouTube full time, but realistically there's a lot of stuff about YouTube and making videos that's frustrating and not fun. And so I don't really know if that's my dream job anymore, but like I don't know. I think streaming stuff would be fun, but streaming is hard. Like there's a reason I only do it when I'm building portables. It's because I know I've got something that people will find at least somewhat interesting. But I don't think I'm built for full-time streaming. I'm good with a script, and that's why I do YouTube videos. But yeah, we'll see. If I'm still doing YouTube like regularly, well, I say regularly. If I'm still uploading YouTube videos and I commit to that full-time in a year, then I think I'll have decided that doing YouTube is my dream job. And if I don't, then I'll probably be pursuing something else. Just one of those things where I don't really know what I want, but doing YouTube sounds fun. And it is fun sometimes. Yeah, I thought about doing, like you're talking about, like behind the scenes videos. The problem is I don't know how enjoyable that is for most people to watch. And now I'm sure people in the stream would be like, oh yes, that'd be very fun. I would love to watch that. But you guys are also watching some guy talk about what type of wire he's using as he's putting together a portable Wii. So, you guys are the weirdos. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. That's not normal entertainment person behavior. The style of my current videos is just combining the process to make it as dense, and then just throwing in random jokes and humor as much as possible to try and keep your attention hooked throughout the whole thing. But doing behind the scenes stuff is tougher. I might do it for a more thorough look at how the build is done. I might do that for like the Ginger of VODs channel at some point. Because that channel is just kind of a dump whatever and everything goes there channel. I don't really know if that content would fit there, but it would certainly fit there better than my main channel. Okay, let me snap a quick picture. Just so that I have all those wires, colors noted for later. Then the 12-month process is basically a bunch of fairly simple / easy edits of basically what you're already doing. Yeah, that's the idea. And I do record everything I do. Like, for my current video project, I think I have like 500 gigs worth of footage. And I'm just from like all the stuff I've built and whatnot. So there's no shortage of content to be uploaded, but cutting it down is still a bit of a process. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do wires for the SCW and SDW lines. These are what I used, or these are what are used for the PMS to communicate with the Wii, so it can display like battery percentage and temperature and whatnot. I, for one, would like 30 times as much of your design thought as is in your YouTube video. Yeah, that's fair. I'm definitely trying to think of other ways. And maybe that's just one of those things where I just sit down and I open up the adventure files for a project and I'm like, this is everything that went into this design. And here's what went well and here's what didn't. Because in a YouTube video, I essentially cover what's most interesting about what happened and what went wrong. If I wanted to cover everything that was a challenge or threw me for a loop, well, that would be the 30 times as long as you're thinking of. I'm also not very good at screen recording. I always forget. Like, whenever I open up Inventor, I'm good at screen recording when I'm first, like, in the starting phase. But if you ever notice in my videos, it usually jumps from starting phase to completely done pretty quickly. If I'm doing like a time lapse of design, definitely faster than it is realistically. But I'll definitely keep content like that in mind. And even if it isn't main channel stuff. I definitely like to start editing different types of videos than just main channel stuff. I'd like to start like a YouTube Shorts / TikTok style content thing, because they're adding ways to actually monetize those effectively. And that's where all the kids are nowadays. And I need the kids to be watching my videos because they have all the free time. Alright, MP3, thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good night. That's I2C stuff, right? Yes, SCW and SCW, that's the I2C stuff. You could just live script yourself. Basically, you have an idea for something you want to say, such doing the video, you just do it and give yourself a signal for post/editing to cut out the entire recording. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's just kind of tough to signal. I guess I could like play like a loud sound like in there, and then like in the recording I'd go through and look for audio spikes. That'd be a rather inelegant way to do it, but it would work. Where'd my cat go? I don't know. I hope she isn't getting into trouble. But yeah, there's definitely ways to do it. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be as particular with like what I say in content pieces like that, but one interesting thing I found to make like, or actually Wesk found it, to make recording videos easier is there's this AI face tracker app that you can use that will reorient your eyes so that you always look like you're looking at the camera, even when your eyes are like looking somewhere else at like a script or something. And so I used it, I tried it out on like a speech I had to record for a class, and it worked pretty well. So I might try it in YouTube videos, because oftentimes getting good takes is like the hardest part for me, because I'm not great in front of a camera, and I think that's just something that comes with more practice. But that may be something fun to mess around with. Although I don't think I'd want to do like an entire YouTube video like that, because I would imagine it probably feels a bit off. Get a USB button or switch or something. Oh, mod my entire desk. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Table flipping to activate a button does... That is a project right there. I don't know if that, if the project breaks the first time I use it, that's a problem. But a good gimmick nonetheless. Okay. Am I going to have access to U10? I am not. And we'll do it later. That'll be fine. Okay, I think I'm good to put the USB-C board in now. So let's do that. So this board is what handles charging, USB data transfer. That's pretty much it. It's also got a power button on it that most portables use, but this one doesn't because it's got a power switch on the bottom. So this button doesn't go anywhere, and that's okay. Perhaps you should zoom closer on the Ashida. It seems a bit far away. Yeah, let me see what I can do. Sorry, I'm not good at adjusting the camera like I need to. I need an AI that'll do that for me. That would actually be a fun project. In fact, I'm sure someone's already done it. But it would be nice because I always I always get too caught up in what I'm doing and forget that there are people who need to see what I'm doing. I just need to get like an 8K camera, mount it way up here, and then it can just zoom in on where I'm at. Let's see. Okay. Let me look at that picture I took real quick. Google Photos. Okay. Red is PW, green is the other one. Up. Crazy Gadget has inspired me to continue working on the GC Nano design. I vaguely remember you working on that a long time ago. Oh, okay, yeah, it was like Mad Morta's project. That was a fun little one. I've actually still got a couple of those like tiny GameCubes that Mad Morta used for hers. At the time I was planning on doing one too, but it's been a few years since then, and as cool as it would be, it has already been done. So, and Mad Morta is far better at frank encasing than I am, so I doubt I could get something that looks nearly as nice as hers. Up, PW. Alright, charge and ground. Ooh, more fully featured, huh? Well, that would definitely make it worth doing. Are you planning on using like GC Video? Some sort of one of those clone boards for it? Because I did an install of one of those recently and it's pretty nice. Yeah, nice. Are you using Skent's one that mounts directly to the AVE? Or to like the vias are on the AVE? Or are you using a different one? Oh, you're designing your own. Yep, that makes sense. You're gonna need something real small. PCB design isn't that bad. Just like CAD, you're just fitting everything and routing a lot of little wires. I'm sure you could do it. Alright. The last thing for this board is USB data, which we want to use a twisted pair for that. Yeah, we'll go crazy. We'll use red and green wire. Should be long enough. Alright, I'm going to use red as data positive, green as data negative. And then I think we might be ready to start trying to install the actual Wii board. Okay, I gotta go feed my cat in a sec. Great. Alright, let me go run and feed my cat, and I'll get some rice cooking. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright. That should satisfy her for a little bit. She's just currently bouncing off the walls with energy. Alright, so I got some rice going. I'll probably break for dinner in the next 30 minutes. Before I do, though, I want to get to a point where we can at least test that our Wii boots up. That's the hope. I already know that the Wii boots. I've tested it. I tested it yesterday, but I want to make sure it boots in this setup and that there's nothing weird keeping it from doing that. Which there's every possibility that there is something weird keeping it from doing that. Okay, there's battery positive. Alright, now I really got to figure out what I'm going to do with this battery connector. This one is broken a lot like the other one was. Got to keep cat hair out of the clear case. Don't be like me, kids. Put your battery clips in the right way the first try. I might just need to try and chop another one. Maybe I could just bend this one into working? Hang on. That's better, I think. Another side project of mine that I've been working on is a 3D printer enclosure. Because now that I've got the cat, I don't want her messing with the 3D printer. I don't really want the 3D printer to mess with her. So I'm trying to just do some sort of enclosure. I think I'm just going to do the simple like IKEA lack table one. That one seems really easy. There's a lot of resources out there on it. Currently, I've just got my 3D printer going in like my little photo tent I've got, which works, but like this morning when I wanted to take pictures of this case for Instagram and whatnot, I had to take apart, or not take apart, but take my 3D printer completely out and whatnot, which is a bit of a hassle. And it would be cool to have like a nice looking place for it to work. I also had to move all my resin stuff into a closet for the cat, because I do not want her getting resin stuck in her fur. Because it either dries and is a huge hassle to get out of her, or she eats it while it's wet and then it hardens while it's inside of her stomach, and then I have a cat that needs surgery. That wire is ugly, but should be usable. Okay, so now we're routing the negative battery wire. I think you can technically use any ground pad on the PMS light as your battery negative. But the official one's close, so, or the technically correct one is close, so we'll just use that. On the PMS2, or on like smarter battery managers, you have to route it specifically to the battery minus pad. Because that's used to help calculate exactly how much battery life you have left. My best to keep the insides as clean as possible. Well, there's inevitably going to be a bit of flux residue and whatnot. Okay, are we good to just drop the Wii on? Okay, I need to run my 3.3 volt wire first. We will do... Here it is, green 30 gauge wire for that. So I'm not entirely sure how much power the USB-C board uses, but I think 30 gauge should be enough. Might also be one of those things where I could get away with 34 gauge, but 30 gauge isn't any much more of a hassle to use, and it'll definitely work. Okay. Wires go like that. Wires go like that. This red wire is 1.8 volts. These are audio. This is for the screen. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything I need on this side of the Wii motherboard. I could connect the voltage wires up to this side. Maybe I will do that. I'm gonna need a ground wire. We'll put a ground wire here. How long is it gonna need to be? It's gonna go from there to like here. Okay. I always forget. Oh. I've got these fancy wire strippers. I need to use them more. They're a lot easier to use than the little yellow squeeze ones I've got. Alright. Soldering the voltage wires on the bottom of the board is always a little tricky. I usually like to solder to the top, but maybe I should just solder to the top. But if I do that, I have to like run all the wires over here. Yeah, we'll do the wires on the bottom. So let's put the Wii board up like this. So this wire needs to run like that. Blue wire. Oh, cat hair. Yellow wire, this is 1 volt. And then ground. We'll do like that. Blue. Here. Okay, so now that I've got all my voltage wires cut down to size, blue wire, green wire, black wire, and Yellow wire. Okay. This should all be nice and solid joints. And then I need to remember to route the thermistor wire, which tells the temperature of the Wii, and the U10 wire, which is important for helping the console boot. Alright, so this one goes to T minus, right? Yeah. Okay. And then U10. Let's see. Let's route it underneath here. Shove it through a ground via. Perfect. And then run it. I think some of these wires are too long, but we'll deal with that later. As long as I can tuck the wires in between a couple boards so you can't see them from the outside, it'll be fine. Okay. And now one last sanity check. Am I going to need access to any of these boards down here for any reason going forward? Because once the Wii goes down, it's a pain to access any of this. I don't need 5 volts for anything. Yeah, I think we're good. So now I'm gonna peel off the little protective covers. You ever watch Kung Fu Panda? I don't think I've seen Kung Fu Panda in at least a decade. I think it came out when I was in like 3rd grade or something. Because I do remember going over to a friend's house and watching it there. Back when it was new. don't think I've seen any of the sequels for it. Alright, let's screw the Wii down. I think we'll use 6mm screws for this. Oh, wait. Okay, I hope I can fit the batteries in around this Wii motherboard. Also, this Wii trim I'm using is a little bit weird. This isn't necessarily the one you should use on the Ashida. It's just one that I did that I knew would fit. I think it looks like a perfectly standard Wii trim would fit in the Ashida just fine. You don't need to cut any of these weird corners that I did. But I have to cut those corners on the Louie anyways, so figured I'd trim it like this just to be safe. But it was definitely unnecessary. I'm pretty sure it was. Assuming I can fit a battery in here. No, maybe I can't. I don't think like that I can. Okay, so once this is screwed down, I think we'll be good to pop in a battery and see if the Wii boots. Because the Wii has voltage, it's got U10, and that's all you need, and all you need is like a video output to verify that the Wii still boots. And to get the video output, I'm just going to wire up composite really quick, because that's just 2 wires. Hard to mess up for testing. Do you plan on finishing this tonight? I'm going to try to. I mean, we're pretty close. It doesn't look like it, but we just need to wire all of this up to the Wii and whatnot, and then connect the 2 halves together. So I probably have 2 to 3 hours left. So I might be going late, but I do want to get it all done tonight. If there's a lot of troubleshooting though, then it won't get done tonight, but I'm hopeful. And if the Wii boots right here, then we're in good shape for getting it done tonight. Because Wii problems are always the most frustrating and difficult stuff to troubleshoot. Okay. Where's my composite port? It's not right there. It's not right there. Ah, here it is. So this is literally just a port from the Wii that I've attached 2 wires to. And then I can test composite really easily. Alright, that should be good. Let's see, let me try putting a battery in over here since I haven't done that yet. Oh, that wire's very much so in the way. Okay, I'll deal with that later. I got a battery to fit in here earlier. Put it in flat. Well, I can't do that because the Wii juts into it too much. Unless there's some other way I'm not thinking of to do it. It's quite tight and probably more so with resin. Yeah, but even then, I even like trimmed the Wii motherboard extra on this side. And me probably butchering the battery clips surely doesn't help at all. Let me try getting one to the other side for now. Okay. Hey, there we go. Alright, let me check the voltage. Make sure this battery is doing good. Oh, it turned on. Wait. Oh, I'm upside down. Let's see. Transform. There we go. The chat kind of blocks it, but the Wii turned on. Because I had the Switch in the wrong position. There we go. Okay, well, that is good for us. So, the Wii boots up. Yeah. So that means I haven't butchered anything too badly yet. Got to load into RV Loader and set the Switch to the other mode. Yeah. That's pretty easy to do, though. Okay. So, I think right now I'm going to take a quick pause. I'm going to go cook up some salmon. And then I've got rice that should be almost done cooking. And so I should be back in 20-ish minutes. And when I get back, I'll show off my latest project that I'm working on a video for a little bit. So either stick around if you want to see that, or come back in like 20 minutes. And yeah, that should be good. In the meantime, I'll just like throw in a VOD from a previous stream, so there's at least something going on. Let's see here. Your channel. Things to get to this to the rocket launcher. But Okay, I think I can just... Oh. No, 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 no. Can I not... I don't want to die, but I don't want to go all the way up. Hang on. I got this. I got this. Oh. Oh, dear. Nope. You know what? Maybe we'll go to another world, Shine Sprites. Yeah, the new 3DS always kind of confused me. Like, supposedly it's the only one that can do, like, certain things, like, I think it was, like, SNES emulation, which I don't think is true, because I'm pretty sure my DS could do SNES emulation, but Nintendo just didn't want to release it for the old stuff or something. There were some games, I think, that are only compatible with it, like maybe Minecraft or Terraria. Improved processor? Yeah, it makes sense. I just feel like the old one should have been able to do Super Nintendo stuff, but who knows? Oh, red coins? Okay, I think I remember where all of them are. At one point a few years ago, I tried to speedrun Mario Sunshine, and I learned the easiest shine in the game, and it took me like 3 or 4 hours, and at that point I said, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be a speedrunner. You know, I think it worked out. Is there a coin up here? Nope. Oh, really? Xenoblade 2. Okay. Or was it... Oh, no, I guess it was the remake of the original Xenoblade. I forgot they did a 3DS port of it. Ported to everything at this point. Oh. I think I can still make it up here. Yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of weird stuff you could do with the Galaxy flip phone. Where is... Okay. I see it. Ah. Alright, I don't know how you're supposed to get that red coin. I always get it just by, like, jumping at it. Wait, can you spin these? Oh! I don't think I've ever once done that. There we go. 5 out of 8. Okay, I'm missing 2. Oh, there's one over there. Oh, there's 2 over here. Alright. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever... Are there any other levels where you have to do that? Because I think I've just always played the game without using those. We'll grab it. Why not? I don't have plans to take on any mobile game sponsors. America Patch Notes was boring. Did Biden unveil any new portables? Because if so, then maybe I should have tuned in. But I didn't even think about that tonight. Was the State of the Union. Alright, we got it. But yeah, this is it. It's all done. All working. Video is almost done. So all that's left to do is film this. And then some little edits. And then I just have like a couple random things that I need to film. But yeah, I'd say there's probably half an hour of battery life left. Maybe 40 minutes. We'll see. Yeah, I'm super happy with it. I think the one thing I still kind of want to fix is that the C stick, it's like too thin, where it like attaches to the 3DS slider, and so you can see it's a little off color, just because there isn't enough of a like wall there. And I tried printing out like a little bit of a thicker one, but then it doesn't fit, or it just falls off really easily. So this might be as good as it gets for a bit. But aside from that, yeah, I can't really complain too much. Oh, what level even is this? PD Piranha Strikes Back. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, Pruzas are great. Any tips? It's relatively straightforward. I'm trying to think if there were any like mistakes I made on mine. But as long as you follow the instructions and don't put the extruder on backwards. I think Dalek or someone did that. As long as you don't do that, it's pretty straightforward. Pruzas tutorials are super nice. But yeah, did you get the Mark III? Or did you get like the giant one? Or I guess the mini, but I don't even think you have to assemble the mini. Oh wait, do I have to... There we go. Mark III? Yeah, that's what I've got. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Hopefully you don't have any issues. Mine's been running, I think, for a year and a half now. And I haven't had to, like, tune anything. Oh, except... I just need to figure out what's wrong with it. It's like there's a sensor in it to automatically, tell if there's filament inside or not. I could not get it to work. So I just ignored it. I have to load filament manually, but I don't know. I need to troubleshoot that at some point. Yeah, I don't blame you for not going with the XL. I love the the first layer feature it's got. That seems so nice, but yeah, $2,000 is a lot, and it is massive. Yeah, Prusa's a 3D printer company. They make very good printers that are reasonably priced if you're just trying to do it as a hobby. So a lot of modders have them. Wait, did I not? There we go. But yeah, I just printed an Ashida off of mine the other day, sending it to Dionot. He's building one. And it just worked, which is nice. Because I had a Mark II, and it was pretty old. And it started to go on the fritz near the end of its life. But I was able to sell it to some nice guy who I guess loves fixing up 3D printers, so Hopefully he gets some use out of it. I do not love fixing up 3D printers. That is just like the worst for me. Oh, come on, man. Tornado time. There we are. Better not. Okay. Yeah, your PCBWay case did look really good, though. I think I'm gonna order like a jungle green case from him for a Louis this month. Because I haven't gotten a dyed translucent print yet. I've only got the like total clear, and total clear looked really good. So I have faith that the dyed will also look good. Yeah, I hope not either. Alright, I think I'll switch to Monkey Ball now. Probably got 10 to 20 minutes left. Probably enough time to do all the easy levels and not embarrass myself on the hard stuff. Okay. Wait, we're still at 43%? That can't be right. Oh, there it is. Alright. Oh, the one other minor flaw this thing has is I didn't have space for the cooling plate. So it's got the fan and the heat sink, but not the plate. And the plate is like a it makes like a 15-degree difference. So definitely worth it. But it still stays below 60 internal temp, which is fine. Oh, thanks for the sub, MP3. There you go. Now you have the best emote on Twitch. Yeah, Monkey Ball. Tested my PS2 portable by playing through the Monkey Ball story mode. Story mode was weird in this game. I'll play Gong Gone. Gong Gone's funny. Pack it up. I'm the best. That reminds me. I want to play some Monkey Ball Adventure at some point. Because I played like 30 seconds of it one time. Got really confused and then never touched it again. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what it's really all about. Oh man. The house I live in has a pretty bad bug problem. And they're worse during the spring, so there's one crawling on my desk. Handheld GameCube, yep. That is what this is. It also plays Wii games too, but that's the general consensus on it. I never even like heard anything about it. Getting ant cameos now? No, they're box elder bugs. Which they aren't like aggressive. They're just kind of big and annoying. And during the summer there is too many of them. But you know what? Maybe they will cameo in the video. We'll see. Although I don't have really any filming left to do, so I've always wondered how much Dole paid to be the bananas in this game. No. Alright. Oh. Not that time. I can't game over on level 6. Oh, maybe I can. Nice. I bought a G-Boy kit when G-Man put them up in like the random shop. That's another one that I just need to put together. Cause I have like a clear like G-Boy from like before it was a kit that I made. But it's in like a really old clear case. And the quality of the print is not good. And so I had to like super glue it shut because the screw holes kept like wearing out. But the issue is the batteries are now like dead in it because it's got a PMS V1 in it. And I can't really swap the batteries. So I don't really know what to do about that. I might just force it open, try not to break it, replace the batteries, and super glue it shut again. We'll see. But glad we at least have the PMS2 now so that other people don't have to experience that. Had like, I think 3 or 4 Louis come back at this point because they didn't charge it for like a year and the batteries are just dead. But oh well. Alright. Yeah, I also got an orange one. I might 3D print my own case. I don't know what colors to do though. I might try drawing like another emblem in it or something. But editing STLs, there's probably an easy way to do it, but every way I've tried in the past is always just kind of a pain. Step files are just much nicer. I do like this song. Is it Catherine? I don't remember. It might be Persona. It's one of those weird anime-ish games. Oh, no, it is. You're right, it is Clock Tower. Different game on a console I never played. Unless that was a... I don't think that was a GameCube game. I do have to rebuild the stream playlist I made at some point, though. Because I think I had a bunch of Silver Gunner stuff on it, and that all got nuked. So it says there's like 60 deleted songs or something. Yeah, I'm just testing the battery life on it. I was only expecting to get about an hour and 10 minutes, but when I checked the battery life a little bit ago, it said it had like 43% left or something. So I might get like an hour and a half out of it, which would be pretty cool. Make the Crash Bash playlist of 3 whole songs. Is that what he runs off of? I don't know. I'll keep some variety in it. Alright, and we will go baby mode because I'm playing this game on a 3DS slider. Although I'll be honest, I go baby mode even when I'm playing this with a GameCube controller, so... Oh, yeah, I missed most of that G-Boy stream. There wasn't a lot of variety. Yeah, it is annoying that all got destroyed. Because I'm also like grabbing like background music for the video. And usually it's just like, oh, I'll just grab Gil the Sunner's thing. But can't do that anymore. I have to like go to like random YouTube channels and hope that it's decent quality and actually the song. No. Hey, look, if a song is good, you can listen to it forever, right? Oh, I did not get enough air. What is the... Do I just have to... Oh. Oh. Dang. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I don't know what I bounced off of. Dang, 270? That's tough. I'm glad you didn't explode the MX battery. I still don't know how you managed to do that, because I have soldered to those batteries very poorly on more than one occasion, and they do get super hot, but I've never had one explode on me. Are you kidding me? I bounced over it? I've never missed a goal this many times in comical fashion. Oh, yeah, if you're using a tiny tip, I guess that makes sense. I think the only time I had something explode on me was like an electrolytic. No, are electrolytics the weird cylinder ones? I think they are. I had one of those explode on me when I was like shrinking a screen driver board, and that was scary because I didn't know those could explode. But it just kind of flew into my wall. Oh, I hate this level. I have to actually think. I can't just roll the ball into the goal. What if I go around this way? There we are. But you know what? Someday someone's going to blow up an 18650. And that'll be something to behold. Oh no, this one. I recorded some monkey ball footage for the video, and this was the level that I stopped on. Because I just rolled off the edge like 4 times in a row. Yeah, just like that. Ooh, okay. I don't even know if I've ever seen this level. Are the GameCube games and PS2 games different for Monkey Ball? Because they definitely got a lot. Oh, I guess this isn't story mode. That's probably what it is. Oh. Alright. Okay, looks like I've dropped a few frames. Hopefully it hasn't been too many, though. Oh, no. Thin beams, the greatest weaknesses of Monkey. Alright. Okay, looks like I can just roll off. We'll go for it. Whew. Okay. Oh, what is... Alright, I'll take the easy one. Wait, what? Oh, music died. Yes. There we go. Ah, okay, this thing comes across. Whew. Okay. Okay, we're at an hour 15, which is where I expected to die. So, oh, we don't even have like the LED or the battery low thing in the corner. I do like that on the new PMS. That way I don't have to like constantly look at the side to see if the battery's red or the LED is red. Alright. Ooh, ice levels. Oh, what is this? Oh, never mind. Oh! Oh. Alright. That's very cool. So do I want to be like right up on it? Do I want to be way back behind? Ugh. I don't like this one. Hey, thanks, Andres. Ah. Alright, this might be where we call it quits on Monkey Ball. 'Cause apparently we have enough battery life for another Thank you for the heads up on the mic, Minduino. I forgot that I muted it when I left to go get dinner. But yeah, what I was saying is these wires all go to the Wii, so we're gonna attach those real quick. And then after that, it'll be just about time to connect the two halves together, which shouldn't be too bad. Yo, I've been waiting for this build for months, though I just got a guy named Crazy Gadget to do this for me. Oh, nice. Crazy Gadget's really good at portables.
That's a good guy to have building one for you.
But yeah, I wanted to do one of these for a while. Just never really had the opportunity or the time, but figured I'd pump out a quick stream real quick. I think the answer to your riddle is an odd-looking Steam Deck. You're right. That's probably a solution. Okay, let me open up. I need the diagram for the audio lines. Let's go back to 4-layer tech and open up the UAMP. Documents. Oh, shoot. I just realized that for the potentiometer on the UAMP, you have to connect a couple pads together. Oh, okay, I think I can access those pads. If I angle the soldering iron just right. Oh, wait. Gotta turn the iron back on. Using the wrong form to begin the right answer. There you go. Oh, okay, I forgot. First thing I need to do before I got distracted was disconnect the battery wire. I could just pull the battery out, but since this case is such a tight fit for the batteries, I don't want to be messing with taking them in and out over and over again. I like to just leave them in place and forget about them. So I'm just going to disconnect the actual battery wire from the Wii instead. Or not from the Wii, from the PMS. Don't connect your batteries to the Wii. You connect your PMS to the batteries, and then the PMS connects to the Wii. Yeah, I guess there is a difference between physics and math. And then I'm just going to put a little piece of Captain tape around the end of the battery wire because it's very hard to like break stuff like with voltage in a portable on accident. But if this battery wire like touches something that's grounded, that could be bad. But if we wrap that guy up, now it can't short against anything. I don't have to worry about it. Okay. And now I need to figure out how to connect those two pads together. Which I think I've got an angle here. Okay, I got it, and I didn't smudge up the case at all, which is nice. Maybe I smudged it up a little. It'll be fine. Don't know which side of the potentiometer is volume off, but we'll figure that out later. I just don't want to forget about it and then blast volume out. Okay, now we're good to do audio lines. So it's just for, let's see. So the first one we want to do is C, which is my red wire. This wire goes here. A riddle for me, huh? Portable Nintendo device that plays both Zelda Wind Waker and Zelda Twilight Princess? I mean, it could be the Nintendo Switch. Any day now. Is what people have been saying for the last 5 years. There's no reason for them to not just shove their Wii U ports on it. You could also be talking about any portable Wii. Or you could be talking about a Wii U that's running off of a battery bank. Where did I put my clippers? Alright, I guess I'll use my worn out ones for now. Where's my... Portable Wii is better than a Switch for that sole reason. And if you're a Zelda guy, then that's fair enough. Played a fair amount of Wind Waker on portable Wiis. I think I beat Wind Waker once on an old portable Wii of mine. That was actually Wind Waker themed, so it was the perfect device for it. Okay. Actually, I've changed my mind. We're going to do these wires first. Okay. Green is SDW, which is the upper one. And this one is the lower one. Okay. So I mentioned earlier, these two wires are what lets the PMS communicate with the Wii, which is handy for a couple of things. I started the wrong wire. Actually, wait, there's an easier solution, I think. Yeah, I'll just flip the wires over there. That'll be fine. I just need to do that immediately so I don't forget about it. What's your favorite portable to use, like on a daily? That's a good question. The honest answer is that I haven't actually just played a portable casually for fun in 3 years. Just because I spent a lot of time building them, and the novelty does wear out a little bit after a while. So they are mostly just shelf sitters at this point. As far as comfortability to use goes, I think this one might take the cake. I've used one a little bit at MGC, and it's very comfortable, especially for GameCube games. So if you're looking to play GameCube games, I think Ashida is probably king right now. I've got a couple other portables that I need to build at some point that are also pretty comfortable. But yeah, Ashida is very good. The Game Boy themed portables, like the G Boy or the Wii Boy Color, those ones are okay ergonomics wise, but they're definitely not quite as good. But everyone likes them because they look really cool. It's a fun form factor. But as far as usability goes, I'd say they're probably on the weaker end. Because as fun as an upright portable is, or not what is it? Portrait, I guess? I guess portrait is probably the closest thing to a technical term for it. As fun as a portrait portable is, it's a little awkward having all the buttons and sticks right there in such a tight spot. And the triggers too. Triggers on those portables are a little bit wonky, unfortunately. Okay, now I want to do audio wires. Let's see, am I able to... No, okay. Red wire should work. What do you think about the Steam Deck? I got one recently. I talked about it a little bit earlier. It's pretty nifty. As far as ergonomics go, it's definitely large. Like, this thing is big. Here, let me go grab my Steam Deck for comparison. The Steam Deck is even bigger. And this is like the biggest portable Wii I've ever seen. Very cool portable. I love the layout. I understand why it's big. But yeah, the Steam Deck is just massive. But its size isn't a terrible thing. Like, I've used it a fair amount, and it's pretty comfortable. I'd say it's a little bit like the Wii U gamepad, where it is massive and it looks awful to use. But it's actually playing on it's pretty comfortable. It's just a bit clunky to like pack up and take somewhere. But it does come with a carrying case, so that does help. As far as like actual using it and playing games on it goes, I've been a big fan of it. I've been playing a lot of like indie stuff, lighter stuff on it. I haven't really tried to push it with like AAA stuff. But yeah, I've been happy with how it performs in games. And then as an emulation device, it is surprisingly good. Wii and GameCube stuff isn't perfect. Like, I can definitely tell that portables are definitely better for that, which isn't too much of a shocker. But it runs Wii U really well. It runs a lot of Switch stuff really well. I definitely recommend it if you just want like a dinky little emulation / Steam device. It's definitely worth the $400 for me. And it's a good in between having no portable way to play like GameCube and Wii games and a full-on portable GameCube and Wii. If it would have existed like 5 years ago, I probably would have never gotten into portabilizing. It's good enough. But I'm also not like the most picky person when it comes to emulation versus original hardware. That's not something I care about too much. But is it bigger than the gamepad? I don't have a reference for the deck size. What do I have that's a more common reference? Here, I think I have a Wii U gamepad. Let me find it. There we go. So, bigger still than a Wii U gamepad too. But yeah, so big device. But if the size doesn't bug you too much, it's not the most portable thing in the world. But for the price and performance, it's a good value. And it doesn't have too much jank to it. Like compared to other handheld PCs. Like I've had minimal issues getting games to work and such. Yeah, it is. It is massive. Okay.
Slight issue is that I used... Oh, what is this?
I used hot glue a bit close to these vias I'm trying to solder to. So every time I try to solder to these vias, I keep melting the hot glue and glooping it all over these vias that I'm trying to solder to. Let's see. I will hold on until Nintendo's next console, but the deck is amazing. Yeah, that's fair.
If you really only want to play Nintendo stuff, then there's no real need for a Steam Deck, since the Switch will have you covered on pretty much all of that. Unless you want to play like
Older Nintendo games than Switch, but...
Yes, you can also emulate Switch stuff on deck. Higher, like, tougher games to emulate.
Still not like the end-all be-all on Switch emulation yet.
Partially because the emulators aren't entirely there, but I've had some games that have run really well. Pikmin 3 Deluxe, I played some of that. That worked really well.
I had some issues with Breath of the Wild, although I was playing it through a Wii U emulator, so that's a little different. But yeah, something to mess around with and just see how it works. It was surprisingly good. All right, I am losing a war with these vias.
Oh, come on, man. Alright, I've got decent solder balls on 2 of the 4 vias.
Alright, let's clean up the pads a bit. That'll probably help. How much do I sell portables for? I don't usually sell portables. Usually when I sell it, it's because I have one that's done and I want to sell it. So I don't do commissions. But my pricing is usually about $1,500. Which is a lot, and that's probably more than it's worth to 99% of the people who follow me and want to buy my stuff. But there is the 1% of people who follow me and will pay that much. So I don't think I'll ever charge more than $1,500. That's kind of the... Any more than this and I'm really pushing it. But
That is what I charge.
There we go. Alright, finally. Any more than that, people start calling me NVIDIA. The good news is I'm not a mega corporation. I guess a 4090 does cost more than a portable Wii, doesn't it? Yeah, I get cut a little more slack since I'm a one-man operation, but yeah. I guess being better liked than NVIDIA is a bar to have. %, material and labor costs, 90% charge for being better than NVIDIA.
Something like that.
Do not trust that solder joint. A little worried I may have shorted the two wires together. Let me check that real quick. I definitely did. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna chop it and try again. Try to get a little cute with how little I stripped off of it, but that was not the play there. There we go, this should be better. How often does this stuff fail once it's done? Like a cable pops out and it stops working and you have to disassemble all of it? A cable coming loose is rare. Because I check all my solder joints as I go. I
I've gotten pretty good at knowing when a solder joint is good and when a solder joint isn't good. The wires shouldn't move much once a portable is all closed up. So that's rarely a point of failure. Occasionally a portable will get sent back to me for fixes. And usually, sometimes it's just a mechanical thing. Like a button is getting stuck. That's the most common one. Another common one is that an older version of the power board, it doesn't drain the batteries properly when it's turned off. And so when the device is shut off, it'll just like drain the batteries forever until they're so low that they're just completely broken and unusable. So I've had a bunch of portables get sent back for battery replacements, which was a little frustrating because that one wasn't really even my fault. But so those are the most common ones. But yeah, I've definitely, my portals have failed mechanically more than they have electrically. Which, I'm pretty proud of that. That means that I'm doing the hard stuff right and got room to improve on the easy stuff. I think some links in your Twitch description are broken. Yeah, I know the Instagram one is. It should just be Ginger of Oz on Instagram, just like my Twitch. There might be a couple other broken ones. I gotta go through and update those. Okay, the next one over is D, which is green. I want to find my good clippers. Those are much easier to use than my ragged ones. Oh, here they are. Okay. And I assume the last one is WS? Yes. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits, Mini Duino. Wasn't sure what that sound was. It's pretty sure it wasn't part of a song, but I appreciate it. Oh, and look at that. You're now the #1 cheerer in the channel. There we go. Okay, so that's the audio wires all done. What else do I need? Oh, this wire is 1.8 volts. Go ahead and route this one up here real quick. This little capacitor right here, the side of it that's farther away from me is 1.8 volts. That's probably the easiest spot on the back of the board to use. Great. And then this wire is 3.3 volts. We'll try and go under these wires. And we'll just connect right here. This like 9 via square right here is 3.3 volts. Probably the most convenient spot for what I need right now.
Alright, and then I think the last wire for now is the USB data lines. They're already twisted together. I think I'm going to route them this way, because the USB lines create a fair amount of electronic noise, and I want to route them away from the audio lines. I don't know if it'll make a huge difference, but I know in the past, especially around headphone lines, USB wires can be a big problem. So we'll route them around like this. Let's see, and then once these are connected, I think I'm going to try and shove the other battery in. And then it'll be time to connect the two halves together. And then maybe, just maybe, I'll have my first live stream ever where I actually finish the build in one stream. I think I've said I was going to finish a build in one stream like 5 or 6 times at this point. Never happens. There's always issues. But maybe tonight's the night. Believe the red wire goes there. Green wire goes there. Let's try this. Okay. That's it for the back, I think. Oh, actually one thing I'll do real quick before I forget about it is a wire mode to 3.3 volts. So this is just a wire, it's the wire I forget about in portables the most. It's the wire that tells the Wii to output 480p or VGA video. And it always slips my mind, because it's not critical for the system, but it is very important if you want high quality video. There have been many times where I've connected a Wii up to VGA and been like, oh, it's not booting. That means the Wii is broken. When it was just that I forgot that one wire. Let's see. Half of test pad 47 still exists. I could probably solder to that. There's a 3.3 volt spot right here. Next to this tiny capacitor. That. Oh, and then while we're over here, I should just run a wire for the GameCube data line. since we are definitely going to need that. Where's my spool of red wire? Here it is. GameCube controller is really nice because it's only one data wire and then just needs like 3.3 volts in ground. Which makes it one of the easiest controllers to connect to a console in a modded way. Like the PS2 controller is like 6 data lines. The Switch is like 16 or something. I think N64 controllers are also pretty easy. But I don't know for sure. I've never used them. Or I've used an N64 controller. I haven't built a portable with one in it. Okay. No. Come back, wire. Alright. GameCube data wire. And I think it's time to connect the halves together. Here we go. Let's zoom out. So this is the front half that I assembled earlier. That's what it looks like for anyone who wasn't here. It looks pretty clean, I'll say. Can't really go wrong with OEM GameCube sticks. I did try to make some fancy ones. I put some with like fish in it and such, but the blue colors don't line up. This one's more of an ice blue, this one's more of like a sapphire blue. And so it didn't look quite right. So we're just using stock ones, unfortunately. But that's alright. I want to do one last, like, check for dust on the inside and whatnot before I start connecting the halves together, because it'll be a lot easier to get that stuff out now rather than later. Thanks, Carbon Bimbo. I'm really happy with how it looks, too. Can't really go wrong with these cases. I think this is the third dyed case I've gotten from PCBWay, and I've not had reason to complain about any of them. Well, beyond some slight warping, but that all ended up being fixable in the end. Come on. Oh, there's some flux splotches around there. Oh, hang on. Let's see if I can get them out with a Q-tip. Need an air compressor, easy clean. I've got a can of compressed air. It's not a terrible idea. Add some flux, strip down into here.
see, where was it? Over there. Alright. Hopefully it doesn't dry weird. Alright, well, it's at least better. Alright, we'll call that clean enough for now. This is what it looks like. I'm not a huge fan of how those wires look, but I'm not going to redo the whole battery setup. Oh well, the joys of clear cases. Okay, so now we're going to start connecting the halves together. I think I'm going to connect them top side. Like so. Where to start? I'm not much of a fan of clear cases. Yeah, that's a fair opinion. I think they're fun because I've built all sorts of solid colored cases in the past, but I didn't have the ability to do clear cases until recently. So, I'm probably using them more than I should. Oh wait, which one of these is left and which one of these is right? This one is right, this one is left. The left pads are right here, so I'm not going to route them all the way over here. We'll just go straight here. Clippers, where are my clippers? Not an advocate for public nudity. Yeah, you're right. This portable is a little bit indecent, but who cares what the government thinks anyways? Oh, boot looping again. Wait, that one just played. There we go. Hey there, MWD name. I don't recognize the username, but it has been a while since I last streamed, if that's what you're talking about. There will be at least one more stream this month, or I should say in November, because I'll probably do a battery life test of my new portable, which should be fun. If I had money, that is. Well, the government can't tax the bits you gave me, right? Is that what that means? Okay, I think positive is the red wire. Haven't caught you live before since I live in the UK. Ah, so you just woke up. Well, good morning. It's very late here. Well, it's not that late. It's 10 o'clock for me. Well, certainly too late to be working still. Okay. Those are the left speakers all done.
Alright, speakers had to be routed a little further. Like that. 1 a.m. here, still 25 degrees. Not even summer yet, jeez. Are you, I assume that means you're, south of the equator. Because here, we're prepping for winter. We got snow last weekend, which was very exciting. As it means that the next 4 months will be miserable, snowy hellscapes. Snow, what even is that? Yeah, I currently live in part of the country that you get snow from about October to March, April. One of those times. Which I grew up in a spot that almost never gets snow. And snow was cool for a little while. But I think this is my fourth winter here, and I'm all snowed out. I'm ready to go live somewhere where it doesn't snow. Not somewhere where it's super hot though. This heat for sure started in Brazil. Yeah. Brazil is toasty from what I've heard. Alright. Right side speaker wires are all good. Oh, I even got nice convenient pads for grounded 3.3 volts to this side. Okay, let's do those now. I think I can get away with 30 gauge wire. I've done that plenty of times in the past, and I don't think there's anything on this side that'd use more power than usual. Ordered my PMS Lite in September, hope that I can finish my first portable. Yeah, those are supposed to ship in November, right? Actually, I know that. I checked the website this morning, or earlier today. But yes, it will be nice to have when the PMS flows again. But yeah, I'm using a PMS Lite in this build. Very nice board. Couldn't live without it. Okay, this isn't gonna work. This red wire is too short, right? Maybe? I'll cut a new one. Oh, happy birthday. October 30th, huh? Almost on Halloween. Pickle management system. Close. Well, I think a pickle management system is just a dill jar. I almost said dole, but that's the pineapple company. 3.3 volt wire. I don't know where the ground wire went. We're cutting a new one. Well, happy birthday to the karate teacher, too. All right. There's ground. Oops. Don't want to slide this around too much. There's 3.3 volts. And then it looks like GameCube data just runs along right here too, so... Perfect. Ground, 3.3 volts, GameCube data. Okay. That's all good. What else do we need? I've got the 2 wires for screen buttons. Let me try to wedge in the other battery real quick. It's a rather tight fit. Oh, oh. Okay, I saw some sparks fly there. That is never a good sign when you're installing a battery. Okay, let's make sure it still works. Hey, 3.57 volts. That's what we want to see. Okay. That battery never comes out. Okay, battery is cold. That's a good sign. If it was hot, that would be cause for concern. Okay. Oh, I've also got all these VGA wires I got to do. Let's see, we'll route these this way. Up and over. Probably should have routed the speaker wires over here too. That way there'd only be one bundle of wires going across. But I didn't think about that until now, so too bad. Okay. Brufort
the brute force put in, brute force can take it out. That's true. But if I take it out, it's going to be a whole lot slower than it went going in. And I don't want to watch sparks fly for that long. Okay. So I want up. And I want menu. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6 is menu. Down like that. Cross. There we go, should be good. Oh, where do you buy your batteries? Sorry, I meant to respond to that. The site I use is MABD Electronics, I think. I don't have anything with their name on it. But, or it's like MA and BD Electronics. Can you do me a favor? Can you measure the dimensions of the GameCube candy box for me? Yes, remind me to do that. If I don't send that to you like tonight, remind me tomorrow. I have to figure out where the GameCube box is. I know I have them in a box somewhere. Are you trying to see if you beat it out? Got to get close. Makes sense. Okay. Those are good. Oh, I need to run... I need to run voltage wires for the screen. I think I might just run them to the GC Plus, since that's got ground and 3.3 volts right here. Let's enhance a bit. Unless there's an easier spot. Yeah, that seems pretty easy. Red wire. I'm running out of green 30 gauge magnet wire. I'll have to get more soon. Lots of convenience on those Ashida boards. Yep. I appreciate that. I really liked the pads up here. They're right next to where the wires need to go. They are much appreciated. Oh, I also really liked your screen mounting system. That's a clever system. The way I always just end up hot gluing this thing to the screen. Generally for space reasons, but I like how it all just slides under there and it's just held in with 2 screws. I'll probably steal that at some point in the future. When taking apart electronics, how do you keep track of which screw goes where? I am the worst person in the world to ask that question. When I take something apart, if the screws aren't all the same, it's a rough go. The thing I take apart the most is Wii's, and I'm going to have to put one of them back together soon, because I modded a board
to have HDMI output, and I need that Wii to go back together at some point. And I'm probably gonna have to take apart another Wii just to look at how all the screws go back together. I think the right way to do it is to organize all your screws very carefully and like take pictures as you go along. That's how I would probably do it if I had to. But yeah. But I get that that's not very fun. The fun part is taking the thing apart. Alright, there's ground. Oh, this one's already tinned. I'm ready. Let's see, and this square right... Oh, sorry. The square right here is 3.3 volts. And it is the biggest one. So we'll just solder 3.3 volts to here. I think after this, it might just be the VGA wires before we're done. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but that might just be the MX chip, which I already did. So
Waluigi time.
Carbon Bimbo, thank you for gifting us up.
Carbon_Bimbo gifted a tier 1 sub to MWD_name. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, TTS bot. Yeah, we're so close to the sub goal. Bezos will be mine. Okay. Dude, the song is played like 10 times today. I'm sick of it. New song. So if I remember, from top to bottom, it goes blue, green, red for the RGB signals. This is the first time I've seen someone videoing making the Ashida, which is awesome to see. Yeah. I've been wanting to do just a live stream to VOD recording of one. Because I've gotten a few DMs from people asking for it, and it's a good portable to build. Especially if you're not comfortable with portabilizing, or you're new to it. How long have you been doing this? I started building portables in 2017? Yeah, 2017 was when I built my first portable Wii. And then it didn't go well. And then I built another one and it went better. And then I've just been building them ever since. So
I think I've done 5 full years of building portables, because I started building them in like January of 2017. That was when I ordered my first Juicy Plus board, which would suffer a cruel and unusual fate as I learned how to solder. How often do I keep them? I guess that kind of depends on how you measure it. I keep the originals of every portable I build. So if it's the first one I ever built, then I still have it. I've still got the original Wee Boy Color, the Louie, the Waker of the Wind, the Fake Cube. All of those I have, and I'm not planning on ever selling. Partially because they have sentimental value, and probably because they're bad. The original ones of all of my portables are never like good enough to sell, and so I would never really sell them. But I don't usually keep duplicates. I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I've got like 9 or 10 like finished-ish portables. Maybe only 8. But I got about that many, and I've built, I need to check, somewhere between 60, 65 portables total. But yeah. When did the PMS become a must-need in portable building? As soon as it released. So the PMS came out in 2018? I think late 2018. Was when G-Man open sourced it. And before then, the strat was to use PTH 08080s, which are just kind of simple custom regulator modules. They're a bit big, but they're reasonably efficient. They get the job done. They're easy to configure. And then some sort of battery protection board, which at the time was a board called the Red board, because it was a red circuit board. And that setup, it worked. It was perfectly functional, but the PMS was revolutionary because, for one, it was tiny comparatively. It was all in one board. You didn't need regulators and a charging board. It came with everything. It had a power button you could use, rather than a power switch, if that's what you wanted. What else did it have? Oh, and it had thermal protection, so that your portable couldn't overheat, which is very important in portable Wiis, because it's pretty easy to turn one of these on accidentally, in like a backpack or an enclosed space, and to have it just melt down. That's what happened to one of my old portables that used the Red board setup, and it's a bummer to have your portable just kind of get destroyed because it got turned on and you didn't know it got turned on. And so I haven't used anything but a PMS in my builds since it came out. It's well worth the money in my opinion. Would you be able to do custom builds for people if they could send the schematics? That's not really something I offer. What sort of build are you like thinking of? Because generally custom builds involve a lot of design work. Like actually spending time in CAD, 3D modeling the case, or designing the circuit boards. And that's the really time-consuming part. Even if someone gives me like a schematic of, this is the portable I want, that's not really the hard part of building a portable, unfortunately. Okay, I think we have like 3 wires left, in theory. Wait, what is this wire? Oh, this is H-Sync. Okay, never mind. This is one of the three I was thinking of. Learning Fusion 360 was fun? Yep, Fusion 360 is great. Opinion of the Flipper Zero. I don't know what that is. Okay. Now I gotta figure out which of these is ground. Oh, it's on voltage. That's not gonna help me. Okay, the upper one is ground. I'm still a student, so get it for free? Yep, that's the way to do it. Early in the stream, someone did the math. And if you want to license every single like Autodesk product that they have on their site, it costs 27 grand. So it is cheaper to just go to college and get a student license than it is to actually pay for everything. Although realistically, you're probably only using a couple Autodesk programs. Probably using Fusion 360 and Eagle, maybe. And that's about it. Alright. Last couple of wires. Chart. Oh, hang on, let me zoom back out. H-Sync and V-Sync on VGA. These are important ones. They're also some of the harder wires to do on a portable Wii build, because you gotta solder to two pins that are right next to each other, right here. Thinking of doing transparent clear resin for the top and GameCube Indigo for the bottom of my Ashida. Going to be starting in December. That's a good color. I have a feeling. Hang on, let me go grab it. Are you thinking of something along the lines of this controller? This was an official GameCube controller they did, where it was indigo on the top and then transparent on the bottom. This is a pretty cool color scheme. I'm a big fan. West Redeem, drop it. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. Are H and V Sync twisted? No, you don't need to twist them. I don't think twisting necessarily hurts the signal, but it's not necessary on H and V Sync. Drop the iron on your lap. I mean, my cat almost did that earlier. Does that count? Just wanted to get a little tiny bit of solder onto there. H. Yep, something like that, but the other way around for colors. Yeah, I'm sure that would look great. Okay, more flux. should be a good connection. B. Ooh, that's definitely a good connection for H. Okay. In theory, the build is done. Now, in practice, things may not be that simple. Let's find out. Actually, I'll keep my battery sleeve. How much did the Ashida shell cost? So, the transparent with dye is very expensive. So this shell was about 300 bucks with shipping. If you don't do the dye and you don't do the transparent, it's a lot cheaper. But yeah, for this particular sort of scheme, it's very pricey. Oh, sorry to hear about your ice cream. That sucks. I'm not a fan of trying to work this wire into place without shorting anything. Alright, hopefully I never desoldered. Oh. Okay, it turned on its own. Hey, look at that. Okay, that's a good sign. Alright, okay, controller works. I don't know if the wheel spun all the way to the left or all the way to the right is like max volume. Ooh, okay. Alright. Does audio work? Alright. Not hearing anything. No audio. Let me find a pair of headphones real quick. Okay. Headphones sound like aliens are trying to contact me. I don't know if that's audible at all. Something probably isn't connected right on audio. So we'll take a look at that. Okay, let's go ahead and cycle power on it real quick. Alright, well I'm happy that it boots. Sometimes. Hang on. I want to go into RV Loader and change some settings so that the power switch works like it should. Let's see. I go to settings. Controller. Let's run a buttons test. Oh, I need to align the slider on this side, so that's good. Oh, I need to put the Z buttons in. Well, that at least works. Okay, buttons seem to be all good. Oh shoot, I can't press L and R to go back. Alright. Well, if everything works but audio shouldn't be too terrible to troubleshoot. Let's see. Looks like the MX chip isn't being detected. GC Plus detected, PMS Lite detected. That's all good. Okay, PMS version charging current. We want to up that. I don't know if I can crank it all the way on this portable, but 2 amps should be fine. Charge voltage, T-reg. I can only go between 60 and 80. Interesting. Leave it at 80. Power button type. It is a toggle. Active low, I think. I don't know if it's D or B. I think it's D? Guess we'll find out. Fan speed mid. That's all fine. That's all fine. Save config. Oh, the LED works now. Ta-da! Speakers will need pressure on the boards. Worst case, just solder them. Oh, I guess you guys can't see what the screen is. Oh, I forgot the polarizer makes screens a bit dimmer. That's fine. Okay. Let's see. I think the slide switch works now. Oh wait, let me configure the joysticks. Actually, I should probably wait until it's all closed up to do that, because the C-stick is a bit wonk. We can do it now. Okay, the C-stick isn't connected quite right. Oh, shoot. Okay, this main stick does not feel good. It's getting, like, caught on the side. I think this is the third-party stick issue someone was talking about earlier. Oh, yeah. The rubber of the cap is getting caught. Try loosening the screw on the controller PCB. I don't think that would help because it's too close to the edge. Like it's rubbing along like right here. Allow it to sit correctly? I'll give it a shot. Well, I feel like it needs to be out more rather than, because I need to lean a bit. Oh, is it like, okay, I think I see what you mean. It's leaning down. Maybe. I'll trust you. You know more about this thing than I do. Alright. Screwdriver. Where? Here we go. Alright. Backed it out a bit. That is not really any better. If anything, it's worse. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. I'll try putting like an OEM stick in and see if that fixes it. Yeah, these sticks aren't clicky. The power consumption of the screen I use, I don't really know. Not much. Compared to the Wii, at least. Okay, let's take a look. See if we can figure out why audio doesn't work. What is this song from? Marvel vs. Capcom 2 Factory Stage. Is my pinout wrong? Did I start at the wrong spot? I know it goes C. C is the red wire. Red wire goes there. And then NC should go here. And then D and WS. So that all looks right. So got connection there. As far as I can tell, that should be all good. I jumpered the two pads on the U amp. Did I need to do anything else? Oh. Wait. No, that shouldn't matter. Because the potentiometer is on the board. That all looks normal. C, M, C, D, W, S, yeah. Not sure what the source of my audio problems are. Try routing the wires a bit differently. As for the C stick, I can't imagine why the C stick wouldn't work. Might have just been a fluke. You don't have the right speaker wired? Sorry, left. I just connected the left speaker right here, since I was running wires this way for some reason. And so that was just easier. Although in hindsight, I should have routed the wires this way, since that's where I routed every single other wire. But, oh well. There's one Z button. Got another one somewhere. Where'd I put it? Who knows? Alright, we'll just use one for now. Alright, there we go. Now the triggers are good. The Z button is good. You'll need to trim the Z's a bit. Pretty bad tolerances on those. Which part needs to be trimmed? It seems to work okay. It's a bit tight, but I'm able to like consistently activate the button at least. When you tighten the case up, they won't move. Ah, okay. Okay, let's see if there's any change on the audio front. Okay, somehow running the calibration wizard is making the sticks worse. I'm just not going to do that right now. Let's go. Let's try another GameCube game. Let's do Wind Waker. Is it hard to get analog triggers? Not really. It's sometimes hard to like fit them into a case. Still no audio. Screen controls work. That's good. Try pressing the PCB down on the speaker? Sure. Ooh! Okay, it's making the same static sound. If I push in the right spot. Really wanted to stay to the end, but tiredness is catching up to me. No worries. I think I'm probably going to end stream in just a couple minutes. Yeah. Because I don't think the controls I'm going to be able to resolve tonight. Probably going to need to spend some time tomorrow tweaking with stuff. But you did put the speakers in the correct orientation? I can double check, but that wouldn't explain why the headphones are making weird sounds, right? That would only be a speakers thing. But yeah, currently the speakers sound like the old CRT TVs when they were on like a channel that didn't exist. And you crank the volume to max. What if you punch it like really hard? You know, that's a respectable idea, but... Okay, let me check. Right speaker plus is red. Right speaker minus is green. Left speaker minus is green. Right speaker plus is red. Red and green. Red and green. Yeah, speakers are in the right orientation. Also put some Captain tape on the LCD driver board near the GC Plus. Ah. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. I'll be sure to do that. Alright, well, I've clearly got some sort of issue with the audio, and there's some sort of physical issue with one of the sticks. But troubleshooting those on stream doesn't... Oh, wait. Okay, this FFC connector isn't in. Yeah, that probably doesn't help anything. But now it is. I don't think that would be my... Well, it's probably not my speaker's problem, but... Alright, see ya, Anna. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. I think we're going to call it there for tonight, because those two issues are things that are just going to be frustrating, and I'll just do them off stream. In the description of the YouTube video, I'll put what the issues were and how I fixed them, in case anyone else runs into them. But yeah, thank you to everyone who came by, stopped by and checked it out. I think this was my most successful stream. We still didn't get a perfect portable at the end of it, but we got very close, and it was at least good enough to boot up a game at the end. So I will call that a victory. Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, I'll go live again in the next few weeks, I think. See ya!